All right. Hello, welcome to Zaxria. If you're watching, make sure you're following. Also, we have a giveaway once we reach 100. You get the most recent D&D book, and if you're subscribing, you get put in for a custom mini from Hero Forge. We are starting out today's session with just Deleuze here with Muldrak in order to get through his arc very quickly. So before everybody starts showing up, we're just going to jump right into this. So last we left off, you guys made your way from the third layer of Hell back to Teneveth, and then started to prep for your next layer, which led you to where you are right now after going to Arkanoria, doing a little shopping and everything around, to finally make your way towards the world of air where you are now. You procured a Windrunner from a Air Genasi woman that you met by the name of Elle, or Ellie. Said she was employed by an individual by the name of Gerald, or Gerald, either or. And the individual that went and procured it for you was a man by the name of Arthur. Between the three of them and you, you had some sort of transaction where you purchased one of them. Seems to be an older, clunkier model of the one that you saw that all of them riding, but it does the job and gets you around. Its move speed is 40 feet, like flying. I forgot to preface that last week.
That's okay.
But it's 40 feet, and you can't like dash on it, so it just goes like that 40 feet at a time. You entered through a portal, or some semblance of a portal. It was this huge, swirling kind of vortex that was pushing air outward, and contrary to what you believe as Muldrak with the wind and kind of going with it, you were having to constantly try to combat and fight against it in order to push through into the world of air, which you currently are. Once you push through, you could see that there was this very, very large, probably 50 or so foot tall stone wall that was made in like a half circle around this entry point. And then you could see like directly behind you where you came in from was almost this swirling bit of wind and stuff that created its own wall to kind of show the edge of where this world is and where the portal enters into it. You can see going back, it's pretty simple and straightforward to just go right back out the other side if need be. It seems like a kind of just two-way portal at that spot. But once you start to kind of crest upward over the stone wall, there's no like ramparts or anything at the top part of this wall. It's just kind of like a bunch of very, very large, and now that you're a little closer at the top and like looking at it, it's not like very, very large, smooth pieces of stone that have been kind of sculpted down. It seems to be a lot of very, very large boulders that are all condensed and compact together, and you can kind of constantly hear this like pushing of wind against the stones themselves and kind of breaking through and outward. Looking out in the distance, the surrounding area is a kind of gray, like light gray, cloudy landscape. You can see that there is really not much in the way of just like normal open blue sky. It's a bit strange, like kind of perceiving your surroundings for what they are. You can see that like at the bottom portion of the area that you're looking at, that you've kind of just crested over the wall at the entryway, you can see small little villages that are floating on these very, very dense clouds. They're like white and poofy for the most part, but other than that, like they're nothing super crazy. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Is it like overcast, or is there like sun?
It's there's natural light, but it doesn't appear to be from just like a sun or some source of that. Like you can't individually pick one out, but you start looking around and you can see that there is. So if like looking on the sides of the walls, like the wall that was very similar behind you where you can see the wind kind of swirling through and it kind of looked like this gray, almost transparent wall in a way, you can see that that kind of surrounds the sky a little bit to where there's, I wouldn't really say like a limit, but there's almost some sort of magical force or energy that is creating like light from that film of energy. It's hard to explain. There's not really like a sunlight. There's just like this kind of grayish see-through wall that has wind swirling through it that's emanating light down from that. So it almost has like this silver sheen kind of light. It almost looks more like a fluorescent kind of light than it would a natural kind of dull yellow daylight color.
Okay.
once you look past those villages that are kind of sitting up all over, randomly, sporadically put out, I'd say there's probably a dozen or so of them, and they're pretty well spread out. Far off in the distance, you can see that there is some sort of a temple. It doesn't really seem to be anything super eccentric or luxurious, but for the most part it is very well put together for the rest of your surroundings, because you can see all of the villages are made up of like wooden, kind of like a light wood colored home, almost like super tan even, like to the point where it doesn't really look like normal like wood that you've seen like pine or some sort of oaks. It's very, very tan colored, and almost like looking at some of them you can almost see like a little bit of a shimmer on it.
Okay.
But the temple off in the distance seems to be primarily made of like stone from what you can see. That temple off in the distance is kind of like a focus point for you, like you're just kind of drawn to that as opposed to everything else, but you're more than welcome to do as you wish from this point. And the temple itself is quite a ways away. You're guessing like a good at least hour of travel on the Windrunner itself, and you can feel that there is like a force of gravity here as well. So like you don't feel like you're just kind of like floating or something is lifting you aloft outside of the...
I have to stay flying.
Yes, outside of the Windrunner. There has to be some sort of force that is carrying you around, and if you were to kind of go off of the side of it, you would plummet into whatever lays beneath you.
Alright. I think what I'm going to do is... I want to head towards the temple, but I also kind of want to like fly above these different small villages, like making my way, and I just kind of want to get an idea of like people's general, like their attitude, the atmosphere, how these people live.
Okay.
Even just kind of at a glance as I'm going by.
All right. And you're just flying through, right? You're not trying to like hide in any means, or...
Oh, I don't assume they're going to attack me, so I'm just going to fly through.
I'm just making sure. So go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Yeah. Natural 20.
Nice.
For a total of 30.
Okay. You can see quite a bit as you're kind of cresting over. You're almost doing like this kind of serpentine path where you cross over one and then might hit one a little further up, and then you kind of crest over to another and are just slowly weaving your way back and forth. It's very serene and tranquil along the way, and you can tell this just by, as you're looking down at everybody, the way that they're kind of carrying themselves. The villages are pretty small and modest. You can see a lot of people walking around, flying around. You walk past some of the villages and you can hear like wind chimes beneath you. There's this kind of like tranquil ring that just kind of emanates throughout the villages. It's pretty soothing. You can see that some people are taking notice to you, just kind of picking their heads up. A couple of kids that are like running and kind of like jumping, and you see as they're jumping, they're kind of like slowly like gliding and then falling back down. You look down and you can see a couple of people who are humanoid in stature but have wings and kind of bird-like heads that are like jumping and taking like flight and cresting across the large dense clouds. Over what you can see is just kind of like open air that's more of like a very, very light white cloud as opposed to the dense kind of grayer clouds that all of the villages are sitting on, like where there's not ground to catch anything on, because the buildings themselves are resting upon it somehow, like there's some sort of purchase point there where they're able to rest onto it, as opposed to like this kind of airy white fluffy area where you'd imagine nothing can really sit down onto it and have something fly over. So you can see these bird-like humanoids that are flying across. A lot of the garb of individuals is just kind of like a very, very loose type of clothing. You can feel the ambient temperature in here almost feels controlled to a degree, like it's maybe like mid to high 60s. The wind is pretty constant, but it's not overbearing to where like you can't hear anything or it's really annoying and like constantly pushing against you. And you can see the villages themselves are pretty well kept and put together, and nothing seems to be disrupting them in any way, like wind-wise or weather-wise. Everything seems to be, to a degree, utopia-like. Everybody seems to be very peaceful and calm and going about their day. It's hard to really catch like a bunch of huge details, but like with your perception check, like you can see that there's quite a bit of things that they're doing, below that are out of the ordinary that you wouldn't really see elsewhere. You can see that they're taking a lot of clothing, and it's just kind of like being ascended up into the air, and it's kind of like swirling around, and you can see little bits of like water that are slowly dispersing from it as they're just like kind of almost air drying it with powers. You can see that there are a lot of genasi, like the air genasi type individuals, like Ellie that you saw, that has the kind of very, very bright white or gray hair that's constantly kind of flowing unnaturally. Like you can feel wind is kind of going like against you as you're flying this way, like towards the direction of the portal, but everybody's hair is just kind of going whichever way it so pleases, as long the genasis at the very least.
I think my only like thing I was looking for is like these people aren't actively like super depressed, or it's like, you know, Brayun's oppressing them in some way. I don't know. Just because I at least up until this point, I feel like he's been made out to be a bad guy.
You can definitely see that there are, just based on like your perception check, there's definitely a vibe that you're kind of getting off of a lot of people, that they seem like they are pretty constricted for the nature of what their abilities could be.
Okay.
Like in this world of air where you'd imagine flying free and like roaming around is probably the desired way of life. Everybody seems to be confined to like this one point of inside, like right immediately when you enter into this world of air, like they're right here, locked down in houses, whatever it may be.
I think then if I do notice that, I'm gonna land somewhere.
Okay. You see
a
lot of
land this thing.
You're pretty comfortable with it for the most part. I wouldn't say you're like super proficient with it to any degree, but it's functional enough to where like you're not gonna crash miserably unless maybe there's like a high stress situation and you have to possibly use some degree of skill in order to yeah, that's great artwork by Jared. Some degree of skill to like operate it properly, but at this point, like very, very subtle movements, like you're probably not even going the full 40. You're probably like somewhere in between 20 and 30 that you're kind of moving about,
yeah,
and slowly descending downward. You can see a village that you start to make your way down towards. Touchdown, and many of the individuals appear elven, but they resemble Ellie much more, like the kind of genasi type appearances. The ears are kind of like a bit larger, and at the bottom part kind of open up more, like are more connected to the jaw and come upward, as opposed to being like kind of mid-face area. They're kind of more bottom, and then they connect and curl upward. You can see that there's even like little bits of hair that are sitting on the ear, but the hair is also similar to the hair on the head in that kind of wispy gray or white color. As you touch down with the Windrunner, you're a little hesitant at first because you're not like actually seeing solid ground. It still looks like this cloud type material, and as the Windrunner like touches down on it, you can feel it almost kind of like drag and scrape to where you're like having to like try to back it up, and then you eventually just jump off of it and like just grab it, take a couple of like 3 or 4 solid runs to slow yourself down before coming to a halt. As you do this kind of quick land, you see many of these individuals. All of the children that are around here, when you take that kind of landing, most of them kind of move back and almost run away in a way.
Okay.
You can see their hair of all of the individuals very animated, and you're almost watching the children as it's like reflecting their emotions in a way. Their hair almost like slinks down as opposed to like being kind of up, poofed out and moving around wildly. It slinks down and kind of pulls back like a dog's ears, like when it's scared. Like it just kind of, they tuck down. You make eye contact with several people, but your eyes are brought over towards one individual in particular who's actually stepping towards you a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
As he seems to almost be in a protective kind of stance, just not knowing exactly what is going on. You make eye contact with him, though. The male Air Genasi individual, you can see who he's reaching a hand behind him, holding the shoulder of a small child, who he just kind of like pats on the shoulder and then just like gestures back. Takes a step forward with his hands in front of you in this kind of low, non-threatening position. Yeah. Also gestures kind of to the other villagers themselves, like just putting his hands up. You can see that they seem to be timid and apprehensive at best. His skin, you can see it's very pale, very soft as well. He has these kind of green, piercing eyes. He's tall, probably about 6'7". Very, very tall. He's thin. His clothing is this kind of long gray robe and a sash in the front where you can see that there is a kind of almost silver symbol on the sash that just seems to be 3 wind waves. As he makes his way forward, his hair is kind of light gray and long, and it goes down to his back, like his mid-back, and it's slightly swaying back and forth. And for him being a man of such tall stature and the way that his hair goes down to like the middle of his back, it's at least like a good, pretty close to like 4 feet long in length that his hair is. It's not pulling like, and you notice with a lot of other people, just like a quick thing, none of them really have anything holding their hair up or like it's tied up or in any sort of way. It seems that they have some sort of manipulation over it. Like if they wanted to, they could just pull it up and it would just kind of stay up to there in some degree. But like I said, it's very animated, and it reflects a little bit of their emotion in a way.
Okay.
You can see that it doesn't seem to be like retreated much like the children's is. He seems very docile and calm. Walks forward to see you. Takes probably 3 or 4 steps. He's still probably like a good 10 or 15 feet away from you. Mm-hmm. Not having to shout, but definitely project his voice a bit more.
Away, yeah.
Greetings, stranger. I am Shaba. I look after all the villages in the world of air.
Oh. Hello, Shaba. My name is Moldrak. I come here meaning no harm.
We mean you no harm as well. He kind of puts his hands up towards everyone.
I'm here to meet with Master Brayun, but I want to learn about the people of this world before I go there, because you all seem so interesting.
Well, we are normal, not complicated people. Yeah. Our ways have changed over the years, but if it's Brayun you seek, he's within his temple.
Okay.
He comes out most days, but usually around now he is in meditation.
How do you guys feel about him, Master Brayun?
Everyone seems a bit hesitant, quiet for the most part.
I'm not going to tell him what you say. You can speak freely.
He is one of us, always has been. He seems to have our best interest in heart.
I make an insight check there.
Mm-hmm.
Does he actually think that? I rolled a 13, plus 10 is 23.
Does not seem to be like hiding emotion at all, but you can definitely tell that he's not, they're not like super worshipy or praising of him in any way, but they also don't seem to like hate him or anything.
Okay.
Also, quick, Brian. You can update Skip's sheet on there and print it out if you need to. I thought you were doing the multi-classing, because it's not on there if you were. Yeah. No, it's all on the printer. There's like 4 sheets there for you. Yeah, it's yours right here. He needs this. Why is there a penis on the paper?
Who knows? You got to show up to not get penises drawn on your character sheet.
Exactly. That's what I told him. Okay. But like I said, they're very impartial to a degree. They don't seem to be revering him as some sort of a god or hating him as some sort of a tyrant.
Okay.
There just seems to be like a middle ground, like
right. Like he probably is doing what's best, but it's not, necessarily what we want. Okay.
That seems to fall in line with that.
Okay. All right. Well. Hopefully this doesn't come off as rude, but I imagined the people of Wind to be a little bit more free-spirited, and I don't know. You seem very calm and nice. I don't know. It's just a little bit different from what I imagined.
Well, there's no reason for anger here.
Oh, I'm not. No.
You can see him very calm, as you said. We were once a nomadic people. We helped those in need, showed them the ways of our people. Some joined, some took to our teachings, just to better their own lives, which is fine. Mm-hmm. Brayun gained power from Jai To. and use that power to create what we used to, well, what you see before you now, actually. The city of Sha'al. Jaito.
Jaito. Who is Jaito?
Jaito's the great wind seer.
Maybe it's that person that I need to see. Who is this? I'm not familiar with this great wind seer. Is this like a legend among your people?
Jaito is one of the descendants of the great wind or wind bearer, a prince of air. There are millennia that's kind of pass and go, and over those times, different princes of air come into power. Jaito is the current wind seer.
And where is he? Is that somebody who can be found easily?
Yes, with travel. He roams a bit around the air mountains. It's just beyond the windy sea. It's not too far from here.
If I wanted to learn about the true spirit of wind, do you think I should speak with Jaito or Brayun?
In my honest opinion, Jaito.
Okay.
Brayun merely is able to do what he does because of his teachings from Jaito.
Thank you. This has been very informative. Do you guys need anything? Any help
Not at all.
in exchange?
How about you? Food? Water?
I think I'm okay on supplies, but I don't know, is it several days' journey to the mountains?
I'd say less than one day. If you travel fast enough. Your current mode of transportation, though, we've seen a couple of those windrunners through here.
Mine's a little slow.
Even the more updated versions of whatever it is you're riding there are a bit slower than most ways of travel.
How do you guys get around?
It's a bit natural for us. We have the ability to fly.
Just learn how to fly.
I can fly, like, for very brief periods of time, but I can't really maintain it.
Well, hopefully, through Jaito, you'll be able to learn more.
Thank you.
We may have people here who could possibly escort you a bit faster
Oh,
by some sort of means.
it's not going to, like, put them in danger or anything, or put you guys in...
If anything, it would be more of a burden on ourselves sending you off there without you having any sort of help or knowledge of where you're going.
That makes a lot of sense to me. If you're willing to send people, I'm glad to have them along.
Certainly. I'll see what I can do. For the time being, make yourself at home, walk around, do as you wish.
Okay.
He takes a couple of steps away before getting over towards the edge of the kind of dense gray cloud area, before stepping over the lighter white clouds and ascending upward, flying across to another village. You spend probably like a good 20 minutes just kind of walking around. A lot of people don't really seem too keen on like walking up to you or even really speaking with you for the most part, but it's not in really like a hostile manner either. They're just a bit reserved and kind of just keeping to themselves.
That's okay.
Even the children that like try to like walk up and run around, you can see parents that are just kind of like ushering them away and not really in a like don't go near him. It's more like a just don't bother him kind of deal. Like they're just
I'm just
letting
gonna
you be.
spend some time observing just kind of the people live their lives and how they interact with the air and the wind, and then I'm going to take some time to meditate on it as well.
Okay.
And just kind of feel what I feel here.
All right. You can see that they don't really have... Is that the door popped open? They don't really have a very large interaction with the environment around them. It seems that they have like a natural affinity to manipulate it in small degrees. Like even the ground beneath them, like they're able to like open it up a bit to cause some wind to come through, or even the ability to move the homes and things around on top of the land itself, just by manipulating like the air underneath, and it doesn't seem to ruin the integrity of the homes themselves. The homes that they have, you can see, are actually made of like a bamboo material as opposed to some sort of like oak or pine type of material that you're used to seeing. Once you sit here for a long enough time and you're just kind of like sitting focusing, you don't really fall asleep, but this just seems like the easiest meditation you've really ever done.
Okay.
It's extremely soothing and tranquil. There's like that slight chime from the chimes, like the wind chimes that are all set up through all of the villages, as well as the wind that's just kind of like slightly blowing against your fur, and the just perfect like middle ground temperature that is currently sitting here. Once Jaito returns, you can see that he is actually by himself.
What's that?
It's not Jaito, sorry.
Yeah.
Shaba. Once
Shaba.
Shaba returns, he's actually by himself. But he is carrying some sort of long stick, you can see, that has a bunch of like fans that are kind of on the side. It's essentially what like Aang used in Avatar to like get around.
Gotcha.
It's like the
Glider.
glider type thing. Hands it to you, and well,
I meant to use this.
we'll go. Just you and I. I'll bring you there,
Oh.
and hopefully your teachings will be enough to get you back. If not, Jaito, I'm sure, will grant you some sort of ability to do so, or at least send you back where you need to be. All you'll need to do is grab the handles there and hold it above yourself, and I'll hold you aloft.
Oh. Okay. Sure.
You can see that it's definitely not as big as it should be.
Okay.
It's a little smaller, so your hands are pretty tucked in, and you can feel your the back muscles are very, very tight against each other as you're trying to hold it up and not just snap it across your neck, like holding it there. And there's not really enough space like further out to grab it, so you just kind of like grab it. As long as you're ready, we can go.
You sure you can hold me? I'm kind of heavy.
I'm quite positive.
Okay.
Do I have tape?
Yeah.
What do you need tape for? Oh, there's rolls of blue like painter's tape in the breezeway. You can grab one of those.
I don't know what this camera is doing, but like, there's so much bright light up here.
You might be able to angle it down
That could work, maybe a little bit.
and then to the side.
That could be that one light up.
You might have to mess with the settings in the mic itself.
And the okay.
Or the camera. I don't know why I said mic. Yeah. I think somebody may have messed with the brightness on that camera, like that setting before. So you might have to.
I can look at it later. Just...
You can. Yeah, it should be okay. There should be like a
Color? Where?
setting in there somewhere.
This brightness. Well, that's better.
Yeah.
Somebody turn the brightness up on that one. That looks a lot better.
Cool. And then if anything, you might have to like angle it a little bit to. You might have to angle it a little bit to the right for it to see Jared if it doesn't see him. But for now, that should be good. Okay, back to where we were.
Got to snuggle up in the
You get over towards like kind of the edge as Shaba is kind of guiding you in that direction. Once you get over there, you can see that there's, like I said, that kind of wall, that like silver sheen with the wind slightly blowing through it. You can feel wind is actually pushing up from beneath, like kind of cresting up over the deep gray clouds as it's just kind of rolling, and there's nothing really blocking it there. Shaba says, well, you might have to get a little bit of a running start and jump, and then I'll take it from there.
Okay.
All right? You trust me?
Yeah. I don't
All
have a
right.
reason not to. I run in.
All right, you run and jump, and you feel the initial like drop, and your stomach kind of drops a little bit. You initially try to like drop your legs down and like catch yourself or do something, and he just says, "Hold on!"
Like a
And
big
then
kite.
You watch his hands swirl up like over and over again, and you feel the wind beneath you start to pick up more and more before you're just kind of sitting in one spot, held up. You can feel like as you put your legs back, there's some sort of like straps that are there that you could probably put your feet in, but there's also like a wooden almost peg that comes off on each side that you can just kind of like tuck your feet underneath or on top of in order to hold you there. As you're sitting there, you're just kind of like in one spot cresting up. You can see him just kind of like jump and lean forward to where he's, in a way, it looks like he's like almost Superman flying, like he's just kind of this way, but there's wind behind him that's just constantly pushing. You can see his hands are constantly like moving and manipulating around. For the most part, he's just slowly rolling them back and forth, and it's pushing the wind that is underneath you forward as well as like some wind behind him forward. It feels a bit eerie, and you can't really control this at all, and it feels like there's a couple of times where when you're holding it, you try to see if you can do it, but you almost feel like you're going to fall out of some sort of like wind pocket, so you're just like, oh shit, like don't do that. But the wind continues to carry you forward, and as it does, you crest out of the area where you can see a lot of this kind of, it's almost like a dome that covers over where the village and the temple is. There's also like on the sides of where the temple is, after traveling this way for like 30 to 40 minutes, you get outside of this kind of city type area of where the temple and smaller villages are, and crest outward into where you can see there is actually some sort of sun that is up in the sky, and it seemed to have just kind of been pushing through the dome itself down into the city, causing that like silverish light. But the sun is just kind of ascended over to the far side. As you begin to push through, you can see that it just looks like this vast open area of kind of bright blue sky. There's not really like clouds or anything for the most part. There is like a little bit of light clouds that slowly roll on the bottom of where like you are. And you can see like even beneath that, it just seems to plummet into more and more bluish sky. There are clouds that are kind of sitting randomly, sporadically down further and further and further. And then there's it almost just seems to be this endless descent if you were looking down to where you were. Once you keep pushing and kind of rolling forward, though, you get to a point where you can see, after probably like a good 2 hours or so of travel, it's also very hard to communicate kind of back and forth with Shaba, but you can see that he kind of looks over to you every now and then and like gives a nod to get one back to make sure everything is okay with you. Once you get further out, like I said, probably close to like 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, you can see that there is this portion where you can actually see like waves of wind that are kind of pushing through, and you'd imagine it's just because it's an extremely strong current of wind. At this point, you feel the kind of like wind sail, like the glider, go from you being like flat to almost like standing up, and you can see Shaba has just kind of like turned it, like slowed you down to where you don't like go fully upright. It's kind of almost like you pick up a little bit and then drop back down as you're being slowed down a bit, and then you're floating once more. He wraps around in front of you. We're going through the windy sea now. It'll be a lot more rough. I'll do my best. If anything happens, just shout.
Okay, well, like I said, I can fly for a little bit, so if you need to let me go at some point, you just let me know, and I will, I can probably do it for maybe like 2 minutes.
All right. Good to know. He turns around and then goes, kind of drops back behind you, and then you feel the air push you a little bit harder. And it also pushes you harder to the point where you don't feel like you're going faster. You just feel the pressure of wind against your body more, almost like if there were supports underneath you, he just like tacked on more, essentially. Like he's not trying to push you faster, he's just trying to put more beneath you so you don't have trouble with anything. You feel yourself going forward, and you can see the waves of this wind that are just kind of like pushing through. As you're looking down, you can actually see that there are some sort of creatures that are like moving around through here. You see long, almost snake-like creatures that have wings over to the sides. The wings themselves have this like kind of pink fluorescent bit of speculum kind of down the center part of the wing, and then at the end of like the secondary part of their wing, there's like this bright white, almost cloud-like looking feathers that are sitting there that are a little poofed out. They all seem to just be like gliding and going through each of the currents in groups of like 3 to 4 maybe, and they're slowly like kind of curling around one another. You can see underneath as well, there seems to be a lot of smaller like birds that are just kind of like whipping through here, as well as a couple of other just like humanoid type individuals, like those large bird-like individuals that you saw. Some of them just seem to be like cresting up over the wind, and then they like lock their wings up, like buckle them up and then fall into it, and then you watch the current just kind of like take them very quickly before they open their wings back up and burst out the top part of it and then keep flying outward, just seeming to be free and move about. You definitely feel the wind pick up as you're within here. It's kind of giving you like a little bit of like turbulence, if you would, to where you're just trying to like push forward and it's hitting you from the side and it's causing you to jostle a bit here and there. But you make your way through it with no issues. You travel a little bit further, maybe about an hour and a half or so more, before you get to this area where you can see that there are seemingly mountains that are just kind of like floating around and slowly moving about. Pretty sizable mountains as well, not to the extent of like the Brimshire Mountains by any means, but there's a good 8 or so high apexes of mountain, and then there's a good amount of smaller, like not hills but just peaks that are beneath it, and it's all just kind of like slowly moving together. Once you get over towards there, you can see that you're actually like cresting down towards the bottom half of it, and then once you crest and set down, you find purchase onto some sort of rock where you can like stand, and it still feels weird because it's moving, so you're kind of having to adjust yourself and your stomach turns a little bit. Take the glider, kind of put it forward. You turn back around, you can see that Shaba's sweating a little bit. He seems to like wipe at his brow. You all right?
I am.
No issues?
Nope.
You
You
feel
good?
okay?
Yeah.
All right. Jaito rests somewhere at the top of these mountains. Doesn't really have a temple or anything. He just kind of floats about them.
Just fucking vibes, dude.
Okay. Well, I can start making my way up.
I suggest the ability you have to fly, I would use it around here as much as you can, but just try not to go too high.
Okay.
And by too high, I mean away from the mountains.
Right. Yeah. That would be bad. Okay. Yeah. I'll probably walk for a bit, but then I'll fly.
You have some affinity with the manipulation of air, yes?
Yeah.
All right. Let's try and see if you can learn this then. He takes his hands and kind of like swirls it into a ball where you can see there's concentrated kind of air and wind inside of it. He like nods towards you to try to do the same.
Trying to do this.
All right.
I
Just
don't
go
know
ahead and make a spellcasting ability check.
All right.
This is what I think it is.
All right. Well, I rolled 16. Just spellcasting ability.
Yep.
20.
20? Okay. He takes that ball and then kind of like holds it up to his face, and you watch him like take a deep breath in and then whistles, and the whistle is like very, very loud and steady. You take it up to your hand, take it like, and then you blow the kind of whistle out. If you're in trouble, do that. I'll find you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Hope it pays off.
And then I'll take like a running start and start flying up.
Okay. All right. What are you using to fly?
Flying boots.
I think at first I'm going to use my amulet to fly.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can only do my ability once per day, so I'm going to spend 2 charges and yeah.
Imagine not being able to fly. Kind of
Yikes.
Okay. You begin to fly upward. You can feel like the pull of gravity, like I said, as well as like wind that's rolling up the mountains themselves. And the closer you look at some parts of the mountain, it's actually like a bunch, like billions of tiny like little rocks that are all being kind of compacted together by air and constantly like rolling on top of one another and like condensing together to form these kind of rocky surfaces. There are actual large chunks of like mountain that are being pushed around by air, but as you kind of quickly navigate about, the rock itself is a very, very kind of light gray color. It's very, very close to even being white without like snow on top of it. And it's not like normal mountains where you start to kind of crest up, it gets colder or whatever it may be. You don't really feel any sort of change in altitude for the most part. Like your body doesn't really feel that unless you're starting to fall downward. So it doesn't seem to be affecting you the higher you go up. It's more of like a rapid descent that would probably cause you to feel some sort of decompression sickness by any means. Once you start to make your way up the mountain itself, and you're just kind of like, you're pretty much aimlessly flying around looking for any signs of what could be this Jaito individual, and you really don't have any sort of descriptors or anything. You just kind of have this general idea of who or what this creature or person is to the world of air to some degree.
Hello, Jaito.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
18.
18. Okay. You begin making your way in and through the mountains. There's even some parts of it where the like mountain, like the apex of it, has this kind of rock formation that's breaking downward to cause some sort of like arch and like tunnel that you can kind of fly through. Once you fly through it and you're kind of moving around, you can see down below there seems to be some sort of semblance of like, not really like a settlement, but you can see that there is some sign of life to some degree that used or was there at some point. You kind of just slowly move down towards it and look. You can see that there is some sort of excuse me, fireplace. The logs are like super thick and like pretty long. There's some sort of a flat kind of bedroll. You can see it's like this large leather piece. It's probably like close to 20 or so feet long, and it has like a lot of ruffles along the edges of it. Then you can see that there is a cave that goes inside of the mountain itself, but it's more of like a outcropping to some degree. Like it doesn't actually go deep enough. It's more like an alcove. Like there's only probably like 5 to 10 feet inside of it, and then inside of there you can see that there are a lot of small little like trinkets for the most part, that are all just kind of like ascended up onto the top of the cave and just like kind of dangling from it, like necklaces, things that make like noise for the most part. There's a couple of wind chimes up there, and then the wind like will slowly blow through the mountainside, and you can hear it kind of rattle against all of the metal that is sitting inside of it. Other than that though, you don't really see anything here.
Hello? Is anyone here? Can I tell, like, just like looking around, like how long it's been since somebody was here?
Make a survival check.
There's a fight right in front of you.
19.
19. The fire is like cold. It doesn't seem like there's really any coals in it, so you'd imagine it's probably been more than a day since anybody's been here.
Okay. I'm gonna look around and try and see if there's like any signs of life on like the rocks around, or like you know, any indication of where whoever was here went next.
I will say, like, going off your survival check, the only thing that you see is there's some sort of like dirt and dust that kind of sits around on top of here. Like the wind moves it slightly, but where this is sitting inside of the mountains, like not a lot of wind touches within here. It really only kind of like crests over the top part, and then like blows through the top part of that outcropping where the wind chimes and everything that's dangling up there, all those trinkets kind of make sound. But you can see that there is probably like a good 30 or so foot wide circle like around the area that you're standing in, where it looks like something almost like took off straight upward and wind kind of pushed everything to the side. So whatever like was here flew away, if that makes sense.
Maybe I should just sit and wait.
15 days later, still just sitting there.
I want to go look at the like the wind chimes. I'm gonna like float over and just kind of look through them.
Okay. They're all very different. There's really no pattern or anything to it. You're looking at it though, and you can see that it's been put up and like taken care of with very, very delicate touches. Like everything is very meticulous, not like OCD, like meticulously placed, but everything is very, very. There's a lot of attention to detail with how things are like set up, and there's like enough room for it to move far enough to make noise and like make contact with the next piece, and so on and so forth, to where it seems like these trinkets and everything that are kind of dangling up here, somebody seems to have a lot of like consideration and care for them. Even though like looking at them yourself, most of them are just random kind of things. Like one of them is just like a bunch of spoons that are all set up on top of like some sort of longer piece of like bamboo, and they're all kind of spaced out and tied up on that. And then even further down there's like amulets and random pieces of like silver, just like lengths of chain that have like a small little bell or something at the bottom of them. All very random, but they all seem to have some sort of same theme of being able to make some sort of nice melodic tone.
Okay. I'm going to kind of from the area where something took off. I'm just going to fly up.
Okay.
Just until I can get like a decent view of the mountains around. And just see if I can see anything from up there.
Okay. How long can you fly for?
This one I think is just a minute, so I'd have to use more charges. Yeah, I'd have to use 2 more charges. No. Alright, I have a question about. So this ability that's 1 charge, you alter your form to become wind. Can I fly with that? Because it kind of would just negate the ability of the last one.
I think that's more of like fitting through spaces or
Okay.
not being able to be hit or something. I can't remember exactly what that thing does for you.
Gotcha.
But I don't think it's like allowing you to fly.
Alright. I'm just gonna sit and wait for this creature to come back.
Okay.
I'm gonna practice that little ball of air thing while I'm waiting for a little bit, and then I'll probably just meditate some more.
Got it. Okay. Well, you sit and wait. We'll jump over to everyone else here.
Let me unmute.
What they are doing.
Everybody got mics on?
Everybody is mic'd up.
Good time to do that. Good time. You couldn't have sneezed 20 seconds earlier?
Whoa, when did you guys get here? Okay. So for you guys, a brief kind of last we left off for you guys. Once you left the 3rd layer, you went to Tenebeth from there, bars, and then once you were in Tenebeth, you guys split up and went your separate ways. Azrael and Skip traveled over to the keep and then to the estate. I believe, yeah. You guys went back to the estate. While at the keep, the 2 of you just kind of like looked around for the most part, and then tried to go and speak with the dean and Harker, who were not, or just the dean specifically, but they were not there. Both of them are currently just kind of out roaming Zaxria, trying to, on the way to Venore, spread some sort of protection along the way, sprinkling soldiers where they can to try and aid in whatever is happening slowly on Zaxria, and trying to go to Venore to request for them to start taking in refugees across their bridge type border, whatever it may be. Even though their borders are open, they may not seem so open to just letting people come there and, you know, live there and possibly have to like be within the forest itself in some places. So he's going over there for some sort of political reasons to smooth things over. Skip went and visited with Nana Ann. She is doing well right now and actually super busy just trying to help out all of the other refugees that are within the keep currently. Along with Avi and Aviana, the two of them, the ones that live with Nana Ann and were kind of taken in and brought to the keep by you guys way long ago when their village and stuff burned down, but they too are helping her out. Everything seems to be going smooth. The prison there is, or the jail, either one, doesn't matter, is up and running. Didn't really go to see your buddy, but either way, you know that it is functional and all is well there for the most part. You guys made your way back to the estate where you saw Amalia is working on the teleportation circle within your residence. She said she's definitely still got some time with it, but it'll be done before next winter. And right now you guys are kind of coming towards the end point of winter. So hoping less than a year it'll be done. So the two of you are currently just sitting around within the home. Skip, for the most part, you're within prayer and whatever else it is that you want to be working on. And for you, Azrael, you're just crafting away at some stuff, making some new things, as well as more efficiently working on stuff that you've made before, bullet-wise and stuff, with the help of Sandon's little contraption thingy. As for the rest of you, you are all in Arcanoria.
I believe we were on the way to Tanaveth
I
when
thought
we
you
ended.
wanted to go back there.
You're right. After you crafted and everything. So you guys are going back to Tanaveth. Don't remember why, but we'll get to it when we get to it. The rest of you, Chelonia, Zar, and Ander, the three of you are within Arcanoria currently.
Just working like a dog, you know what I'm saying?
Ander has been within Gita's potion shop, just crafting away, helping her with all of the rush and influx
Not
of
a day
business
off,
that they
you know what I'm
have.
saying? Not a day
And
off.
is also currently helping her
Greatness never dies.
create many of the potions that you guys requested. What's up?
I wouldn't see the herbalism teacher as well while I was in the keep. That's the main reason I was going there.
Okay, we'll get to that. He would have been, yeah, you'll be alright. Was it just trying to find fire resistant stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get that to you in a second. Ender, for you, you're pretty much just in there working kind of day in, day out.
Every day.
You're enjoying it though
grind.
because you're learning quite a bit from her. The two of you, Chelonia and Zara, you guys are also in Arcanoria. Chelonia, you're just kind of like aimlessly wandering around and enjoying the sights for the most part, taking in everything that you can. You made your way like into the market probably 8 or so times. Probably even tried to like take something from somewhere and like forgot like, oh shit, I have to pay for that, I don't have money, set it back down and like walk around. As for you, Zar, you've been having a lot of self-conflict with not being able to just go home and then leave when you need to. Not really sure like exactly who specifically the order came from, but you know that the Dragon Council in Ezeran allowed you to come back, but the only condition was that you were going to have to stay and not be able to leave. Tobias told you that he would get a letter to your family if need be, like if you wanted to, but you've just kind of been waiting for Connor to return if that was something you were going to do.
He's also been mirroring all his family members.
Yes, and you were describing on
Yeah.
you described, the first person you described on was your mother. You
Mhm.
could see that she was pretty much in the same, definitely seeming a little bit older, like the scale's duller, but she's still the same she was when you left. As for you, Connor, kind of gonna jump ahead a week, like just to save on time for.
You got mugged.
Yeah, right.
I kind
I'd
of
like to
give
see
you
somebody
the
try
idea
to
of
look.
the trip and everything, so
Yeah.
Give me your money.
Meteor.
kind of just like a decompression week.
Yes. Essentially, the time you left, the first day you just kind of went and spoke with the council and talked with them in regards to what is going on kind of around. Fuck, I can't remember his name. Captain Fletcher informed you that a lot of the Navy is kind of being split up and spread out after hearing word of Brunswick and everything, and the fact that they don't really have to deal with the Taken Serpent as much. Even though they're still pirates, they're kind of sending troops over to Venore, sending a couple to Azash, and then sending some around to like Yulgard in order to try to just spread their resources out a bit. And they probably have one of the they have the largest like military force in all of Zaxria, so they're able to send a lot of like naval ships out. Nothing crazy, but at least like a pretty close to like 2,000 or so troops just split up between the three kingdoms, and then still having pretty close to like 3,000 themselves in house to be able to keep and hold there. You would have been told by your grandpa when you saw him that there was a very, very heated discussion in like council meeting at one point where himself and the previous king Lucian had kind of spoke up and shouted out that like if it was in the other role and we wanted people to come like help us, hopefully they'd do the same. And there was just kind of this decision that we need to start like helping one another in order to prepare for what is to come. So you seem relieved that you didn't really have to be that voice and like interject and kind of have them go help out elsewhere. They just kind of came to the decision on their own after you guys had helped them in the way that you did. They retrieved a good amount of gold and stuff as well from the Taken Serpent and other areas of there. Then you spent a lot of time, pretty much the rest of your time just with Karina. The two of you kind of like not even skipping a beat as you were there. After spending most of your time there with her and then saying your goodbyes and everything with your grandpa.
No, I don't remember. It was a little off track, but we were talking about people traveling around. How's I don't remember where our crew is. Because they should be in Azash, right?
They should be.
Or were they on their way back to Southbrook?
They're either just
Because I
timeline for
remember
you
the
guys.
time, but I don't because we've traveled so much.
Yeah, so I was thinking about this the other day too. At the very least, they're somewhere either
It's
at
gonna be very
Azash-
awkward
yeah,
when they
they'll-
show up with
they'll
this
either be-
compass.
Yeah, they'll either be.
You guys don't need this.
I think they had the gold too, right?
Oh yeah, they did
Yeah,
have
they
gold.
have a good amount of gold. They'll either be leaving Azash at this point, or at least like a month or so in their travel. It's just based on like conditions for them traveling to there.
We're never seeing
So
our
they've
crew.
got a
I'm
good
pretty,
amount of
aren't
time.
they going back there
They're
for a year
We
or
should just take
something?
them back.
They're living their
No,
life.
Leave
they
the boat
already,
wherever the
they
boat
already
is.
spent time in Azash.
Oh,
They didn't
okay.
stay there for like a whole year.
No, they just wanted to go visit.
They just wanted to go visit for a little bit.
Right.
But
Yeah,
after they
that's fine.
left Azash, they still have like close to 4 or 5 months of travel to get to Southbrook.
Yeah.
So they're depending on traveling conditions, it might take them a little bit of time to get there.
I know we sent them off a while ago, but with all the traveling, I don't remember.
Yeah,
exactly when it was.
probably have like actually close to a year before they like go back to the estate. But if you wanted to, you could obviously inform whoever meets them in Southbrook for them to do whatever it
Tell
may
them not
be.
to go to the state anymore. They don't live there anymore. Lost their job.
Damn. I already spent money building a cruise quarter.
Okay, but from there,
Not for
we are going to go right back to where we were. So for those of you in Arcanori, yeah, what?
How many of the alchemy points did I get?
We haven't done the next portion of that yet, so you're just going to
one fire resist amulet or ring left, but I bought 4 and I give one to Chelonia, one to Azrael, one to Ander.
I will take one.
I'll definitely take one as well.
Okay, well that's more than I
Wait.
have, so you'll have to buy another one. I have 4.
Never mind, I
I've
can't
given-
wear them anyway.
Why
I
not?
already got 3 items.
You can wear a necklace.
Pretty good. Aren't you only allowed 3 medical items?
Yes.
I have 3 medical items.
Why don't you try to take a
Shield,
fire-
sword, ring.
What's your ring?
the healing.
Oh, it's
She had your necklace. Don't have it.
That's just a...
But you just never died in that, right?
No, that's just
That
like
thing
I think broke when I died in Neandros.
Yeah.
No. The ring puts an extra d6 onto my healing.
Oh, we might be able to get another one. That's just what I had for now.
For those of you in Arcanori, just think of what it is you're going to be doing next. You're going to go to these individuals. You're just crafting
Probably
potions
hold
and
on.
stuff. So if anybody needed Ander, he's within that potion shop. But for the two of you, for Skip and Azrael, when you went to
I'm in the plane.
Tenebeth,
So if I leave, I can just.
did you go with? Because you guys would have went to the keep, got the information you needed. The
Yeah, I would have talked with the teacher when I was
Yeah,
there.
he would have just given you a piece of paper that has ingredients to create fire resistance potion.
Okay.
So you would have just needed to like have that kind of chunk it down.
I know who I'm gonna give it to.
Yeah, looking at it, you're like,
Might as
know
well
who
be,
this goes to.
Might as well be Spanish on there.
Yes.
I don't know why I didn't think of recognition.
But then you guys went back to the estate, hung out there for a little bit, and then Azrael said that he was going to Tenebeth. Or did he say he was going to?
I would have let him know, yeah.
Yeah, he would
Well,
have.
I get it.
Okay,
Skip don't like being alone, so.
alright. So the two of you are going to Tenebeth.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
There's a couple things you need to buy in Tenebeth.
Okay. Alright, so you guys are traveling to Tenebeth. I think you guys are on date-wise. After the, what you spent like a whole week crafting?
Yeah, it'd be the 6th.
It's the 6th, okay. And you guys were planning on meeting on the 13th?
No money
Please,
when you get
yeah.
back.
Yep, okay. So you've got about you've got about another week
And you're going to
of time to
500
do what
pairs
it
of
is
pants.
you would like to do. It takes you, fuck, why do I-
Never ending rope
I think it's like 2 days, but a day if you guys are using your,
Check out this magic.
you have the griffin, so it's
Yeah,
gonna
the griffin
take
doesn't
you,
go away unless it dies.
yeah, it's
so.
gonna take you guys a day to get there. So that'll bring you to the 7th.
Also, I didn't deal with fighter.
If that's
I
buying
stayed
500
straight,
pairs of pants,
right
you
now.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna do that. Take all the money.
One! all that suspense for nothing.
That was the worst, like most brutal one ever. Rolled for like 30 seconds.
Still have the
That's kind of toxic of the dice.
from the week. True.
Should have slept near me, dude. Could have. So you reroll that.
Let me see your that Bane and Boone page really quick. Make sure that I'm doing the right thing. I've got it written down here. So
Wait, what?
do it, and then you go.
What is it?
What's the range? 30 feet?
I think it says a range. It might.
I
I just get to it. I'd be like, oh, you rolled a natural one?
I love how I put together all your shit. It's been really
Well, you can do that with anybody?
Any person.
I need to be with how much shit I got going.
Wherever this bitch is.
Okay, that is under hands. So you just need it before the next week.
The halflings are just busted.
Correct.
Technically, it would have
The
been
week
yesterday.
before.
Fuck, you're right.
But
Alright, we'll
it
do it
could
now.
change, yeah.
We'll do it now.
30 feet.
So we now have a 3 benefit for this week.
Great. Okay. So we'll do this then before. So instead of in Tenebeth, I'm gonna have to start this with before you leave for Tenebeth. Okay, so for you, Azrael,
He's gonna try to kill
before you leave for Tenebeth, you
Hey,
are
I got 31 AC.
uh,
Try.
you have been experiencing
One turn.
normal dreams. You haven't had like harsh nightmares or the same recurring nightmare that you previously had
He still needs a
for
roll a 60.
years. It almost feels weird not having that same nightmare of like going to the corpses of your mother and sister over and over again in the same haunting manner that it was. Now you're able to dream normally, peacefully. Your sleep feels a little bit better, but you still have just this kind of feeling in your gut like just something is off, and you're just not really used to the current circumstance that you're sitting in. Resting for the night, you begin to have just images that are kind of passing through your mind. You keep seeing the symbol of Cabraxith over and over again, that kind of golden spear with a halo around it. You can see a set of these kind of bright, whitish blue fluorescent eyes with this very, very strong ridged eyebrow that's sitting over the top of them. And you see kind of the very, very faint features of a face, and it's not something scary by any means, but it is intimidating and kind of demanding of a presence to some degree. It keeps flashing in your head over and over again, and it doesn't really like wake you or stir you in your sleep in any degree, but it does give you some sort of feeling of, I guess, being watched to a degree, but you feel more that there is just somebody there now. as before, like with Ferrex, it was always this constant present that felt like it was looming over you. Now you feel like you almost have this shield behind your back, and there's something that is kind of guiding you and protecting you to a degree, in a way that nothing really has ever been there for you before, aside from, you know, your dad so many years ago. But you now have this feeling of something constantly wanting to be there and protect you to a degree. So what I'm actually going to do for you is give you a +1 bonus to your AC permanently.
Bro, start rolling more natural ones over there. Shit.
We also got healing.
Brian, you gotta do whatever the fuck he's doing, man.
For three rounds.
You definitely know that with
+2,
the
6 + 6, and with
current way that everything for you has kind of just been rolling forward and moving along, that the way that you're going to have to fight and go against these demons is going to be much different. And Cabraxis definitely seems to be aware of that as well, and is starting to give you blessings in that regard to be able to carry out the fight in such a manner. Waking up the next day, you guys are ready to go to Tenebeth. You have Solace with you, ready to go, and Azrael, you can see you've been traveling with him for a while now, well over a year, to the point where you had a pretty good read on him before, but you can definitely see now that he's not as brooding as he was. His eyes, like the bags underneath them, aren't as heavy as they were. Like he just doesn't look like he does not look like a raging alcoholic anymore.
Nice.
Good
step in the right direction.
Seems to be a lot more with it. Not like that he wasn't before, but he just seems to be a lot more sharp, and his mood is a little bit up more. You definitely notice him talking more throughout the day. He just seems to be in better spirits than he previously was.
I just joined the Keepers as a form of therapy. It's my AA.
I'm just sitting in the little lazy
Hey,
area
most people die when they join us, so
with holy symbol in my hand. It's just praying.
That kind of sucked. Okay. Let him keep drinking.
we had
I'm actually
to let
gonna
him
leave
get
my
there
hat
on his
at
own.
home too.
You're
Okay.
right.
Just white flowing hair. Nice.
That's not.
Alright, Azrael makes his way down, and you guys make your way out and start to fly over to Tenebeth. Once you get to Tenebeth the next day, as you guys had already done your rest, we're just kind of like jumping around a bunch, but once you crest down into Tenebeth, you can see that that front gate is still closed as it was when you came back from the third lair there. This is now a good week after you guys had come back from the third lair. So quite a bit seems to have happened here. You can see that there are a lot more people here than there previously was, and there's a lot of commotion inside of the city itself. There are people who are coming through. You can hear a ton of coughing, and initially you're thinking to yourself, just from where you came from in the third layer, like, oh fuck, like there's some sort of like plague or something. But you actually make your way down, and you can see that there are a lot of people who have very, very severe like burn injuries. A lot of people, like the front parts of their face are like covered in soot, and they're kind of black.
They're just burning it up.
And
It's
they're just laying in place. There's a lot of bodies that you can see, charred bodies. It doesn't seem that anything happened here, but you can see a huge influx of people definitely came in within the span of the week that you guys were here. You can see a lot of people are moving back and forth between the temples. A lot of people are moving in and out of all of the medical tents in the middle area. And it just seems to be controlled chaos for the most part. Nobody really even notices you land down on the griffin and kind of into the city. There's just kind of this rampant commotion.
As soon as we get off, I look to the south and I go 1 mile perimeter from now.
Just jumps and starts flying about.
Perfect.
Do you communicate telepathically with him?
I can, yeah,
Give him commands?
I can communicate with him telepathically.
Does he talk? That is what I'm trying
I
to get at.
don't know. I can look at it right now. Give me 1 second.
Griffin voice right now. Go, Brian. Well, the Griffin's on him. That if he can talk to you, that's what he.
That's what he'd say to me.
He just
yeah.
talks in Griffin.
Yeah, he just, I understand Griffin. Griffin, Pegasus, Parrot, and noble creature, difficult, has an intelligence. Understand your language. You control the mount in combat when it's 1 mile away from you. Communicate with it telepathically. While mounted on it, you can cast any spell that targets as long as you also target the mount.
What is this spell?
Find Greater Steed. It doesn't say that it can speak back.
Paladins can't make that spell.
But I'm gonna just have him. I'm gonna have him circle in a mile perimeter, and if he sees something,
He didn't even
to come
acknowledge
right
it.
back to me.
Okay.
You have anything to take care of while you're here? While we're here?
I have to buy incense and things for praying,
Alright.
but besides that, not really much.
Alright, so I go see the high priestess and
Yeah,
probably make sure the defenses are going well.
probably a good idea. I don't like the looks of the influx of wounded.
Yeah, I'm sure they could really appreciate some of your help.
Of course.
Some of the people here look worse for wear.
Yeah, that's to say the least. First, I think we should figure out where they're coming from.
Yeah, I agree.
Is there a paladin at Cabraxis nearby?
Nope.
No? We have to go looking for one.
Right
The
here.
high priestess would probably.
Right here, dude.
He's right in the front. Bro, he's like the champion. He's the top dog.
Forever to get that.
He walked in and was like, "Hey, I talked to some guy. I'm the champion." And they're like, "Shit, you right, dog?"
He's a champion. We should probably ask the high priestess.
Yeah, so
Let's see what's
one
going
of the
on.
things I'll bring up for sure.
Okay, well then, I'm gonna go render aid.
Alright.
So violent.
Go rock.
Okay. As you guys are making your way in and about here, you can see that there are a lot of people. It's probably close to like the hundreds that have piled in here since you've last been here. There was a good amount of people before, but now it is to the point where you can see that Teneveth is on the brink of being just completely overwhelmed. And even aside from the people that they have to take care of, you can see that there are bodies that are starting to pile up from the wounds and things that they had suffered. A lot of these people you can see have suffered some sort of burn injury. There are a couple of people who are literally like, you can see a woman who is grasping at the hand of a man who's laying on top of a bed. You can see that his corpse is almost like gray at this point. She's squeezing his hand, and she's kind of up towards the front gate, and it seems that they've kind of just like brought her in, and she's kind of just been hysterical, and you can just kind of hear her over and over again, someone please help him. He just has a cut. That's all it is. And then you can see this just huge wound on his chest, like from shoulder to hip, going diagonally, that is just tore open, and he looks like he's been dead for quite some time.
Big cut.
Her like shoulder itself has a bunch of blood on it. You kind of like look initially, and you can see that there's no actual wound there. It's just dried blood that's sitting there, almost as if she like had him on her shoulder and was like carrying him. You can see that her feet and her legs are extremely dirtied. She herself just seems wore down and like run down, and there's people kind of walking over to try and help her as best they can. A couple of people try to like pull her away and like get her off of him, and you can hear her screaming, "No! He's fine! He'll be alright! He'll be alright!" And then she hysterically begins to break down once more, and then they kind of leave her again and walk away. There are small kind of tents over to the side where you can hear people just screaming, brutal screams that are horrific, and you can feel them down to your core. There are people who are debriding a lot of the burn wounds that they have on them. The screams go silent and then pick back up from people going in and out of consciousness. You can hear people screaming for gauze, people screaming for cold and clean water.
Is there any children? Alright.
Immediately, like looking around, as you start to kind of peer in and out and about, you can see over towards the corner, there seems to be several carts, probably about 4 or 5, where you can see people are like walking over with these large white kind of cloths and rolls. A couple of them have smaller size kind of blankets and stuff that they're taking and beginning to set up, and you're not really sure if it's something of like halfling, gnome, dwarven individual, or if it is children, but there's a pretty good amount of these 5 or 6 wagons. I mean, they're stacked pretty close to 20 or so high, so even from the 100 or so that were in, there's probably 100 or so more just in bodies over to the side. Skip, as you're walking around inside of here, you're just making your way up towards the gold-lit sanctum to see if you can find the high priestess.
Yeah,
You were
if there was any like kids that were, like seemed like lost or hurt and didn't have anyone, I was gonna like stop to help them.
For the most part right now, you can see that everybody seems to have some sort of agenda and it's like being tended to some degree. But like I said, like they're like just on the brink there where everything seems like it could just flip on them in a moment's notice, and they can get overwhelmed pretty heavily. And not to really sound morbid, but it seems that it was in their betterment that a lot of people didn't really make it because they can tend to more people specifically and have their resources diverted in one direction as opposed to being really spread thin across a bunch of critical people, as opposed to just being able to divert their attention towards one person that's more critical, if that makes sense. As you're pushing your way through, you hear a lot of people crying out. Several things that kind of catch your attention are people crying the words keepers, Brunswick, abandoned, scared, kind of frightful, death. They didn't stop. It's just a lot of stuff that you're hearing, and your initial response is to try to kind of like turn around and see where it's coming from, but you just kind of head down, kind of push your way through, and just gather the things that you're hearing around you for the most part. You make your way into the gold-lit sanctum, where you can see inside of here there are maybe like a dozen or so people who are in cots that have been kind of makeshift set up inside of the sanctum itself. Priests and priestess of Aphiel are making their way over and attending to some of these people. A lot of them seem to have been in pretty bad shape, but are now getting more towards the side of being pretty well off in regards to the route to recovery. Aphiel's really one of the only deities, aside from Heliod just kind of like a little bit, who are pretty heavily dedicated into like life and the preservation of it and like healing abilities for the most part. But once you make your way inside and are looking for the high priestess, you can see that she is in here, and she has made her way across like 3 or 4 beds. You see her taking her hand down and like gently laying it on a chest, this bright yellow energy coming outward down towards the chest, and then making her way to the next and kind of going across, doing the same.
Just like approach her and like put my hand on her shoulder.
Yeah. She turns.
Soft, whisper.
Oh,
Can I speak? Please speak in private for a moment.
yes. Quickly. She kind of gestures you over down the hallway. Once you get down the hallway, she takes you kind of into the hallway. How long have you been here?
Skip and I just returned.
Where is he?
I believe he's outside, right in the tents. He should be helping people.
Well, things have got messy, very fast. Go out there quickly, find him, be discreet, bring him back in. Bring him to me. I'll be waiting in my chambers for both of you. Be quick, be quiet, keep your head down.
Alright. Tuck out and have a power walk.
Okay. You start quickly making your way out. You see a couple of people who are walking.
Does he have to poop?
A person who's like holding a bandage that you can see is dripping pretty heavily with a kind of brackish water that's dripping from it. Kind of like looks up and over towards you for a moment before like looking back down and then looking back up and over as you're walking away. You kind of can see him at the corner of your eye.
Put my hand on his shoulder. I don't really know. I imagine that some prayers have been said, or like prayers of Aphiel from my mom. But I would just say one, and I would haven't used it yet, but I'm going to lay on hands.
Okay. You reach back and turn back around and touch his shoulder. You watch this bright bluish light kind of come up and over the eye. He goes, oh, other eye, sorry. He's faking! He's got an eye!
Tongue comes out.
Yeah, he takes the hand off of the eye and seems to just be kind of adjusting to it and just, thanks.
Now poke him in the eye.
Turn back around and start looking for Skip. once you make your way into a tent, Skip, you're in a tent where a lot of the people in here are in just like really bad shape. You are going over though, and there's a couple of doctors. Like everybody in here is unconscious. Like they're in that critical of a state that they're not really aware of what's going on around them. So you made your way in. I'd assume at that point you're kind of going over. You can see some of them have wounds that you're walking up and noticing. You take a bandage and kind of pull it up underneath, get it tight, and you're just like going over and doing what you can with every portion of wound or injury that you can find and come across. Once you get in, you've probably only left Skip for maybe 10 minutes at most, and he seems to have been tending to like 2 or 3 different people as best he can, kind of going back and forth between them. There's another individual on the other side, but Skip seems to be like pretty proficient in what he's doing, and you've seen him do like, you know, first aid and medical care before, and he's doing it to all these people.
Just sew them up and then I lay on hands it, close it all the way.
Is he like kneeling down a little bit?
Yeah.
Then okay, so I'm just like.
I walk on my knees and
Yeah, he's like crouched over enough to where like you're.
I'll do the same thing. I'll just shoulder or hand on shoulder. I priest seeks your attention immediately. Let's head back to the Gold Sanctum.
Can I finish sewing this person's wound?
Halfway.
Yeah, I mean, the high priest has made it. This is emergent, so you make that judgment call.
Cut it off.
I cut it and then heal it. Okay. Well, let's go. Keep
Israel's
working.
starting to sound like Skip out here.
Is that wrong, Meg?
I rub off on other people.
Another Skip in the party. I think we cut him off.
You guys start making your way there.
Too awful.
Once you make your way out of the tent, the two of you are looking at each other. You look at Azrael, and he seems to have a bit of urgency to him. Like there's just like this tone in his voice and the way that he's carrying himself. There was like a kind of like a read that he got off of the priestess. It was like kind of like an oh shit, like we need to go see her. Something's not right. You hear in the back left behind you. You were there. I saw you there. Seems like it's coming from your back.
Wasn't me.
left.
I turn my head.
That sound too.
Yeah, you too. I saw both of you. Running away. Like cowards. While my kids were burning in a building. You're supposed to be keepers.
Were we there?
He was grunting.
You're supposed to be the people that protect us. And you left.
Turn around too. I understand the pain you must be feeling.
No, you
but
don't.
It's not easy.
You don't
This
understand
time.
anything I'm feeling. Listening to my kids screaming in a burning building. I tried to go in there myself, and he lifts his hand up, and you can see it charred kind of all the way down to the bone as he yanks a bandage off and kind of, and then slowly starts to fall down. You can see people starting to gather up around him. You were there. Yeah, I saw him too.
Put on or something.
We are terribly
Doesn't
sorry
really help.
for your loss and everyone's loss here.
You could have prevented that loss. Our loved ones being slain, cut down by these demons. That's what you keepers were formed for in the first place. To keep this from happening again.
That's what we are trying our hardest to accomplish. It's not easy. There's this incursion is happening all around Zaxria. Sometimes we have to make the difficult judgment call about what deserves our priority.
Who do you get to choose who lives and dies? You are not gods.
Close.
You thought you were heroes. Turns out you're just cowards.
We're doing what is right for the Zaxria as a whole. If it means that some people unfortunately have to suffer the consequences of those actions, that's just how it has to be in order for the betterment of us all. Again, we are sorry for what you are experiencing.
At this point, the person who had his arm kind of burned and singed is holding it and seems to be in pain. He's not the one really shouting anymore. You can see that probably a good 20 or so more people have started to gather up and are all shouting in the same kind of unison and agreement of you not being there and kind of shouting outward. It gets to a point where the shouts kind of overcome what you're saying after you begin to speak. Like there's just yelling coming out towards you and there doesn't really seem to be much reason. there's a moment where you're sitting there and you're kind of putting your hand up, talking, trying your best to like relay information, and it's genuine, and you feel that it is the two of you trying to calm them as best you can, but it just keeps growing and growing, and you see that 20 turn into 40, and then the 40 kind of turns into 50. Many of them are wounded in decent shape. You can hear a lot of them yelling that they were, walking, carrying their loved ones on their back as far as they could. They watched their children die, their loved ones die, their husbands die. It's all your fault. There's just this over and over again of the blame being set upon you, and you not being there to protect them, and giving up, and whatever it may be, and it just keeps recurring and repeating, and you're there still trying to calm them down, and currently saying, speaking out. High Priestess Kylaria at this point comes forward and kind of like grabs at the back of your guys' jackets or your cloak and kind of pulls towards you. Come now, inside. She reaches back. Everyone, go back to your tents. This is not the time or the place. Go, now. A lot of people start actually pushing forward towards the temple, shouting in this kind of loud manner. As they do that, she kind of booms her voice once more. I will not tell you again. You are here as refugees. We are here to help you. If you will not seek that help, we will not give it. Retreat back to your tents with your loved ones that are hurt. The yelling continues, gets louder. The 50 or so people at this point are now starting to seem more aggressive and putting on more of a mob-type mentality where they're screaming and yelling outward. The panic kind of sets in. The panic, you can hear it in the voices. The High Priestess herself takes her hands and kind of rolls them across the front part of the steps where you watch this yellow kind of shield kind of pop up, and the people are pushed against it, kind of slamming their fists, and you can hear the yells resonating up and over the shield that's been placed there. She turns around and points up towards the ramparts. You, send some men down. Take care of this. No one needs to be hurt. Just separate them. Quell their anger as best you can. You, send some as well. She points up towards the paladins that you can see are up on the ramparts, and they all start to kind of run around and are shouting down back at them. The roars get to a point where it's just this constant cacophony of yelling and shouts and screams coming from both the paladins and the people underneath, and it doesn't seem that there's like this calm enough tone to calm and kind of de-escalate everything. Everything is just ramping up one after the other, and it doesn't seem that there's been anything that's happened to calm anything down. As the shield goes up and it prevents them from coming up the steps, she pulls you both into the sanctum, closes the doors. There's no like deadbolt or anything or like large locking mechanism that comes across it, but she just kind of closes them, turns around to face the two of you inside of the sanctum, and in the most kind of forceful tone and kind of higher tone that you've really ever seen her in. She definitely seems to be not like amped up, but she's definitely worked up to a degree. I probably should have warned you before I sent you back out there after Skip. But they've been here for probably about 2 or 3 days now. It's more people from Brunswick, survivors. Many of them carry their dead ones and fall in love. It's all a mess. We've been trying to do what we can to tend to those that are wounded and give proper burials to those that were carried here dead. Trying to sort out between proper burials for this individual and this individual, and it's all become a big mess. It's starting to look a lot like the eradication was. But instead of it all being at once, this is all slowly building 1 week at a time. It's getting worse and worse. We're getting overwhelmed. I've sent word to the keep, but I haven't heard anything back. I haven't sent word over to Venore, but damn them, they won't help. A lot of them blame you. And trust me, I know, and many of them even know, that it's not your fault. They need to place the blame somewhere real. Demons attacking their home, their homes being burnt to the ground, they're not in the right state of mind. Everything that they know, their entire lives has been flipped on its head. You need to understand that. Don't take your anger or any aggressions out towards them. They're not thinking straight. They still need you to be what you are and what you have been. I wasn't there at Brunswick, but I know you all well enough. You would have made the right choice. And it's not me that has to live with it. It's you and them. regardless if it was the right call or the right call, your heart's always in the best place, and I've known that. Possibly if you could have stayed, maybe you would have been the ones that perished. And the future would have been even more jeopardy than it is now. So trust me, I understand. I'm on your side. And even though it doesn't seem like it, so are they out there. Now is when they need your help more than ever. When they doubt you. When they're against you. Don't change who you are now. I know that you both have level heads. Just warn everyone else when you see them. Maybe best to steer clear of here for a little while.
It's just my
Let everything cool down. It's still very fresh for them. They've only been here for 2 days. Many of them have lost their loved ones in that time span, thinking they could come here and seek care and attention, and we weren't able to save them. And I understand that we have the abilities to bring people back to life and strong healing magic, but if we use it up that much, it's draining. We can't divert our attention to those that we may be able to just help in that moment. It's been hard, and I know it's only going to get harder. And the task that you have in front of you is not going to be any easier. I know we have until the blood moon, which is maybe a year away. Believe me when I tell you that time feels like it is short.
We're doing everything we can to move along as quickly as possible. As you know, the tasks that we have to handle are not easy.
I understand.
We have to prepare as thoroughly as possible to ensure the best outcome. We were almost ready to advance to the next beacon.
Good. All right. Once the crowd has been separated, I'll head out there as best I can and see if I can bring a bit of peace to everyone. For now, though, as I suggested, I don't think this is a good place for you to be for the time being. There's an exit out the back I can bring you to. Is there anything I can do for you?
I initially came back because I needed to stop at the Temple of Capraxis.
I know that we put a lot of refugees in there. The temple itself is empty because of the paladins leaving. There's a good amount of work going on in there, so maybe a bit difficult.
Powering off.
Yeah.
Not now, Skip.
Skip just.
Not again.
Nice catch. Plug it in, please.
Oh fuck.
That would be so good.
Mid-battle.
Fuck's my USB.
Who forgot to charge Skip?
Fucking generator.
Gas. The double A's in the back of my head.
Someone fucking.
Powering off.
I'm good.
Lean into Calaria for a
That's
whisper.
my eyes. Preparing.
Are you aware of the training grounds beneath the temple?
Yes, I am aware of it. I don't really have access to it by any means, but I know of it.
Okay. Alright. I just wanted access to it, but if you don't, that's not something you can do right now, that is okay.
I wish I could. If there's something else I could do in this immediate moment, I will. But you've seen it out there. It's not good.
By chance, you have the incense.
There's a supply room within the temple.
Okay, I need something
Sanctum here.
for prayers. I'm out. So I'll grab those on the way out.
Yes, we can do that.
So it's,
She stops for a moment. It gets a little quiet. She takes her shoulder up towards you and then kind of like slowly pulls you towards her before like going into a hug. Turns to you, does the same. These are hard times. Be careful. Take care of yourselves. from the rest of the keepers.
Very good.
I'll look you out.
I'd like to check in with Sandy real quick before we leave.
Isn't he in of the temple? It's kind of a giant mob between us.
What in regards? What did you need to speak with him with? I may be able to help.
I just wanted to check on his plans and how everything is going with the defenses.
I'm not sure of the details of everything exactly, but we're pretty well fortified here. And I know that the old guard has received a pretty reasonable amount of defenses themselves in regards to the contraptions he's been making. And I think currently he's said he was working on something for Norway, if they'll accept it. If not, it's being sent to Southbrook. But
Okay. Alright, we'll head out then.
right. As she goes to turn, you can hear at the door what sounds like there's definitely still a ton of commotion out there, but you hear at the door what sounds like a quick pounding, and then you hear a "High Priestess!" She opens up the door. As she opens up the door, you can see Salas has kind of landed on the steps and is sitting there, kind of looks over at you.
Is it something bad?
No, he doesn't seem like he saw anything. No.
Why are you here? What's I don't understand.
Just vibing, brother. Come on.
Why is he back?
Get him inside.
Good thing.
He just didn't see anything.
Didn't see anything, so he's back. I didn't tell him to come back yet, motherfucker. No, he just walks over.
I said don't come back unless you say something.
All right. She makes you guys you take that back path in that same room that you've been in several times before.
No,
Kind of the temple-like area. In this temple-like area, there are small, little spots on the side where you've been here before, Skip. You take the supplies that you need, whatever it may be, smaller candles, tea light ones, larger ones, incense, small little, petri dishes, little containers, leather kind of vials of holy water that you can kind of grab and hold. Yeah.
Grab as many of those as I can.
I'd say you can grab 3 of the holy waters.
Damn.
And probably a dozen candles between whatever, and you just kind of have it held like this.
Pretty sure I have a bag.
Can't make your own
Okay,
holy
you just start.
I can.
The bag.
Yeah. I can make my own holy water. I just have to perform a ceremony.
All right, but you got the 3 vials of holy water,
You know,
the
piss
12
holy
candles,
water?
If
and
I
then
pissed, I probably would, yeah.
2 packs of 10 incense.
Okay. That's fine.
Write that stuff down.
Yep.
He was just gonna
I take
remember it all.
one of the pack of incense.
Okay.
Look over. I go, here. Every time you pray, light one. Pray on it.
On top of it, it's
In
dangerous.
front of you. It helps
Sounds
cleanse
like
the
the
area.
motherfuckers outside.
Makes the connection stronger with you and God. If you need any help, per se, just let me know. I know how difficult it can be to connect with a God.
He's talking about praying, not getting paid off or anything, just so you know.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest thing for me in my history. Maybe when I was younger, but
All it is time and dedication. That's all.
there's been a little interference that on a lot of my life.
Have you got said interference in your life?
Trying. I don't know what's happening right now.
Continue to pray. Continue to reach out to your God. He'll help you figure it out.
Have you been a holy warrior your entire life?
No, actually, I wasn't. The first parts of my life were blank. I know nothing at all, only of I was a part of a guard regiment in Iandros.
Yeah.
I was the first created of my kind.
So you don't have much recollection of who you were?
No. The only time I began gaining what you call memories was when I emerged from the water, from walking for years, trying to find land and trying to find something.
Do you remember when you found that connection?
Yeah, yes, I do. It was my early days in the keep. When I was figuring out what I wanted to be, I found interest in Afiel. And she helped me through a lot. I gained sensation through her. I can feel now. I can have memories. I can have dreams. It's quite phenomenal.
It's very interesting you say that. I feel the same way a lot of things right now. That dreams are better, and not that I cannot feel as I'm still a person, but just the way I feel in the world is changing every day.
Just remember, as a paladin, you are the sword and the shield. Kind yet strong.
More of a spear, but
They both have sharp edges to them.
He points to the holy symbol.
Fair enough.
it's nice to just have more purpose, I guess, because I was also lost. In a way, maybe also a man without a vessel, without any real soul, unworthy.
I completely understand the feeling. It's how I was before I found Afiel. Blind. Now I can see.
I feel Kabraxith is behind my shoulder now.
Yeah. That's the same way with Afiel. I feel like her eyes are upon me every day.
I'm glad, because definitely I need him for where to come.
Yeah. Well, like I said, any questions or concerns, or if you need help connecting or anything like that, just let me know. Because I know the struggle you're going through.
Thank you.
Of course.
As well. Let's get out of here though before
Yeah.
people start yelling at us.
I don't want to be dismantled by a mob.
Left them on blocks.
We thought it was gonna
Thought it was gonna be an evil person.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a surprise. It's actually in Teneveth where you find me unblocked.
They stole my arms and legs.
Why does he have a sawzall? That's my kid.
Come here, boy!
Give me them fights! Oh boy. What are we going to do? Aren't we all supposed to meet in front of the Gauntlet Sanctum?
What were you saying we're meeting?
The estate.
Yes.
What's the plan?
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well,
Because you said you were gonna be there just crafting until they got back.
Metallic pockets.
we could, I guess we'll just go back. Thankfully, they don't know where we leave.
Okay. You guys make your way back to the keep. And for the rest of the time, are you just hanging out there until everyone gets back for the most part? Like probably doing things around the house and what
You guys doing praying sessions with each other?
Yeah, dude.
Gotta do what you
I'm
gotta
gonna pray
do.
for him. He's gonna pray for me. You know.
Just kind of like work on what it means to be a paladin, I guess.
Ooh.
Working with him.
I'll go get my books.
Bible.
My FL's books and the Paladin's journal.
Okay.
I'm like covered
Like,
in
give that to him.
It's the worst thing I've
Maybe
ever
like
heard.
a sparring
also the
area,
best.
right? Like W's. Practice with that. Whatever the thing's called.
Okay.
You can just feel the holy energy. It's crazy.
Alright, so the two of you spend the rest of the time talking with one another about religion and your deities and that connection, and kind of you learning a lot from Skip, and you guys finding this very, very strong similarity between your circumstances, even though they are vastly different. There's like a very strong core to what your guys' relationships with your deities are, and how it connects with your life and everything. So you guys definitely find something to bond over the next pretty much week that you have together within the estate. Also sparring, training, doing whatever it is. You probably out there as well, helping him in some degree, or at least watching him being able to learn how to channel his magic and that divine power into his weaponry and whatever abilities he has forward through his deity, explaining that. we'll have that for you guys. If there's anything you want to do along the way, just kind of let me know and we'll jump into it really quickly. But we're going to jump over to you guys in our
What's my sleep DC so I can just make all the checks?
as long as you don't get a 5 or less than a 5.
Okay.
They're all going to be 4s.
So for Chelonia and Zarvarax, is there anything you guys want to do while you're within Arcanoria? If not, it's fine, because we'll just jump ahead to where you guys are going to be meeting back up at the estate. But if there's stuff you wanted to do in the meantime, I know that you wanted to, I don't know if you wanted to wait for Connor, but I know that that was something you were thinking about.
I have a couple things I kind of want to do, yeah.
Okay. What you got?
Okay, so after the first day, when I look at my mom through the scrying mirror, the second day I want to look for my father.
Okay.
And then the following day after that, I want to look for Neris.
Okay.
And I'm assuming Wraith is also conjoined with Neris due to their
Right.
connection.
Enjoyness.
Got upset, packed his things and dipped.
And then I think that's roughly about a week, and then Connor should probably be back sometime after that.
Okay. Let me think here. In regards to Neris, I don't know if it works on separate planes.
Scry is just the plane you're on.
Yeah, so the scry won't
Okay.
work for Neris.
So I try to, and I
yeah,
just
it's
don't see
like-
anything.
Okay.
Then you break the mirror and sit in
gets him
the,
to
in the
the-
cart,
Yeah.
just
Right.
staring at it. It's crazy. You end up scrying on yourself through the mirror.
I'll say, so we'll just go through with you scrying on your dad.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering from your backstory, you have no siblings, correct?
No.
Okay,
Besides the one.
just making sure.
We don't talk
So I pick on him all the time.
You end up scrying on your father, and he is pretty much exactly where you were imagining him to be, within the store that he owns. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Was it?
It was an enchanted jewelry shop.
Enchanted jewelry shop. That's exactly what it was, because you stole your ring from there. That's where
He
you
gave
got
it to
your
me.
ring. He gave it to you. Yes, rather. Okay.
Oh, he gave it to you.
No,
Okay.
I told
He did,
them.
yeah.
I told them I was like, look, I'm gonna leave, and they were like, here you go.
Okay, but he is within that jewelry shop. You can see that there's really not a lot of people within there as well. He has his
Not
silver
successful.
scales kind of going back. You can see that you and him resemble each other in a lot of ways. He is also kind of a broad of stature type individual, not nearly as large as you are, but you can see that he is quite large for as an individual. Not very like muscular and big, but he just kind of carries himself with a large stature. He's just very, very drone-like going through the shop, sweeping, cleaning things up, going over to rings. You can see him pulling them off and kind of like polishing them, cleaning them up, setting them back down. And after like looking at him and then remembering the way that you saw your mother the day before, they both kind of seem to be carrying themselves in a similar kind of fashion. They don't seem like depressed, but they definitely seem a little down for the most part. Looking at them, each of them in the mirrors, it kind of hits you in your core and like in your stomach. You're able to process emotion pretty good, like you understand it very well. And especially after your teachings with Keranos and everything, and being able to understand that rage and that anger more and channel that, and other emotions come a little easier, and you're able to kind of navigate them more. And you definitely feel a strong pit of like sadness in your stomach and in your chest. And you definitely can see it in the faces of your parents as well, like, you know, scrying in, looking in on them. Like I said, they're not very like depressed, but as you're scrying on your father, you can see somebody comes into the shop and he puts on a face and starts to smile and speak with them in his very, very smooth salesman type tone, and is kind of like walking them over to each different section and going over what they may need. Ends up going over towards the counter and ringing him up, and you see him like go to turn and like kind of yell something out, as if to kind of yell for somebody to grab something. And in that moment, you think of, you know, when you used to probably be within that shop and help him procuring whatever it may be, and you watch him go from that smile to like a brief moment of silence and hesitation, and then like kind of puts his finger up and walks to the back of the store, and then makes his way back up towards the front where he takes the jewelry hands the coin over, and then you watch as the individual leaves with a smile. He just kind of goes back to his hands clasped in front of him, puts his head down, elbows on the counter, his face forward. You can see him put his head into his hands. You feel tears again trickling down the sides of your face. Kind of wipe them off. The next day comes too, and you try to scry and like look at Neris as best you can. I'd imagine you're pretty much just within the reprieve, kind of like this eat, sleep, drink, rest, scry. It's like you're just kind of going back and forth, and then on this like third day, you're kind of like looking really intently, trying to find it. You're getting really frustrated, and then Connor makes his way in and sees you like trying very, very hard to like find Neris.
You working on something?
Oh, hey. Yeah, Moldrek gave me this, and I saw my parents, and now I'm trying to see Neris, but it doesn't seem to be working.
If I remember correctly, she went to the Feywild, so I don't think it would work across planes.
That sucks.
I've been doing this for 5 hours.
Have you been at it for a while?
A little while. I just thought I wasn't trying hard enough.
Oh.
Well, okay.
It's pretty
I was-
hard to talk in between planes or see people in between them. Really anything besides being on that same one as them. It's pretty hard to communicate.
That makes sense, I think. It seemed like we would get there and out of there pretty easily, so I thought maybe it didn't matter.
Yeah, it seems pretty easy. It's actually quite complicated.
Oh, okay. Well, since you're here, actually, I was wondering if you could help me with something.
Okay.
Well, you know, I'm not very great in the reading and writing area of things. So I was wondering if you could write a letter for me.
Okay.
Well, I'll kind of just speak, and then you kind of just write what I speak down. Could we do that maybe?
Sure.
I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Is
it anybody specific?
Yes, to my parents.
Oh, okay.
I went and spoke with Tobias, and he passed along a message that I wanted to return home. And the Dragonborn Council said that if I went back, I would have to stay there. So, that's frustrating. But he said that I could possibly write them a letter, so I wanted to try that.
Okay. Yeah.
I've kind of just been sitting here for a few days thinking about what I want to say to them now, so.
Okay. Yeah. Let's it's a little noisy in here. Let's head over to the hall where it's a little bit quieter, and then we can find a table and write it out.
Sounds good.
Head to the hall.
Okay.
Gonna put the mirror away.
Alright, Chelonia, for you, anything particular you're doing? No? Just waiting around? Okay. You definitely would see them walking out and about. You probably would have saw Chelonia when you like first came back and were like walking your way around. He's literally just like out and about, looking around. You see him every now and then just posted up somewhere meditating. You see them walking over towards the hall. Just kind of look over, they see you. You know that you have time, like you guys aren't really getting ready to quite leave yet. You're pretty close to when you're ready to go. I think pretty much all you'll be waiting for is once Moldrak gets back, it'll pretty much be time to go. So, who's that?
Shelby's here.
Oh, Shelby's here?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought Kay was here. I was like, why did my phone go off this week? Okay. But you guys here, did you have something you wanted to say, or you just
Free balling it.
okay? Just got it.
Do you want me to transcribe an actual letter, Billy?
You don't have to.
Oh, okay.
I thought about writing something, but then I felt like the grammar would probably be too good. So it's kind of just going to be me speaking to
then
Connor, and Connor's going to be like,
in your non-dominant hand.
So it's all messy.
yeah. But all right, are you ready for me to start?
Yep.
All right, so dear mother and father, I hope this letter finds you well. I know it's been a long time since I've seen you guys, but I just want you to know that I miss you greatly. My adventures have been going well, and I set out to accomplish becoming a keeper, and that has actually happened. It took a while. There's some mishaps along the way, but I made it to the keep, and I found some new friends, maybe even a family away from you guys. It's been difficult at times, and I've faced a lot of challenges, some of which I'd love to tell you about one day, but I don't want to bore you with the details.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to keep talking. Where was I?
Started thinking.
It's like, yeah, Connor,
Did you get
pick
that?
up on this.
What was the last thing I said?
I don't want to bore you with the details.
Oh,
Don't tell me. I need to know what I said last.
This back and forth for 3 hours.
I actually had requested to come see you guys in person, but the council decided that I could not return from Ezeron if I did that. So I have had to make the very difficult choice to write you this letter instead.
That's Shelby. Oh, God.
I hope one day I'll be able to come back and see you, but now is not the time. The keepers and I have many hardships in front of us. I'm not sure what details you know about the things that are coming in the future, but we're hard at work to protect you and everyone else in Zaxria. Along with this letter, I'm going to send you this, and I'm going to pull out the dragon tooth from Zaxria.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, I know Dad likes to use different things to try to enchant the jewelry and stuff, and maybe he can find some use of this. It came from a dragon in the Feywild. Oh, by the way, there's still dragons out there. I haven't found any friendly ones except for one who I'd consider a very good friend, Wraith. So there's hope for them yet, but this one wasn't so friendly. Anyways, I almost did it again.
It's okay. You can take your time.
What's our address?
Address.
What if they want to send me something?
I believe it would just be to whoever delivers this letter, and probably Tobias,
Okay.
and he'll just give it to
Okay,
us.
well, if you guys want to write back or send anything, hopefully through the channels that this finds you, you will be able to return something and it will make its way back to me. Oh, and Mom, I'm sorry. Cetrian wasn't the god for me. I found a new god though. He's granted me great power and I've been using it for good. Just want you to know that even though I was not able to bond with him, I found another and have been able to find religion in its own way. Love you guys.
You want to say your God's name? You want to tell them?
Oh
who
yeah,
they
it's
worship?
Kerados. Tell him it's Kerados. Tell him it's Kerados. I don't know if they know who that is. I didn't hear about him until I kind of stumbled into his temple one day, so I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, I love you guys, and I hope to see you in the near future, and I hope all is well. And then just put your son, and then I'll put my name there. I'll write it in
Please.
Draconic. I'll write it in the actual Draconic lettering, and then I'll put like a X with my pinky finger on the paper. It tears a little bit, you know. And so, all right. So, what do you do with this? Do you like roll it up, or you like fold it? Actually, hold on. I'm gonna pull out like a bit of leather and string from my pack, and I'm gonna be like, all right. I'm just gonna put it in here with the.
I'm
The
guessing
tooth.
they must have a some sort of like seal here that they can put onto it to hold it together. If you want to do that.
I'm just gonna wrap it up in this leather with the tooth and
Sure.
bundle it up.
All right.
I'm just kind of. Oh, I smushed it.
That's,
Oh well.
That's
And I kind of wrap it up, and
good thing we let the ink dry.
did we?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna put that in my pack, and I'll be like, I actually have another letter I want to write.
Okay.
If you want to help me,
Sure.
I want to respond to the Dragon Council.
Oh.
Fuck you.
Are you?
Well,
I'll fight the
Okay.
whole dragon.
you could
council
help me
at
with
once.
this one. I think. I
Oh. And like
Y'all's a bitch.
get mad at them.
no.
Whoever said that
Yes
you
and
come
no.
back to Ezra, your mom's
I'm not gonna be too mean. I'm still gonna be a little mean.
Shit.
Well, just hear me out, okay?
Okay.
My idea is that they're gonna do more damage than good with the way that they're doing things, and I just want
I
to.
agree with you.
I want to tell them that
Okay.
I'm as one of their own.
In there.
I think they might receive my word better than somebody else's, perhaps, especially as someone who has left and become a keeper.
Okay.
I get it. I know I'm not the smartest, but
That's quite all right. Your plan makes a lot of sense to me.
so. So to start off, I just want to put to the Dragonborn Council,
Yep.
and then I, Zarvarax,
Yep.
am going to reject your decision that if I am to return to Ezeron, that I cannot leave.
Okay.
I feel that you are making a poor decision, as it was not until I left Ezeron that I reached my full potential. I think with the events that are coming, all of Zaxria needs to be united, and you are keeping us apart. Your separation may cause more harm than good, as the rest of the world could benefit from the power and abilities of the Dragonborn. And when the time comes, may it not, however, if it does, you may benefit from the rest of the world's help as well. I ask that you please consider an opportunity an opportunity to open your borders and allow for some intermingling. Perhaps, what are those people who like go to places and then come back and they like talk to each other?
People. Tourists.
Like,
Politicians.
that's like political. Either those guys. We have
I'm thinking of the word ambassador.
a series of same things.
It's close. Well, perhaps an ambassador, or perhaps the keepers to come and have an audience with you and perhaps see the rest of the world as, for me, leaving Ezeron has benefited greatly, and it may do well for the rest of the Dragonborn as well.
Like,
I almost called them cowards like 4 times.
no, I saw you with you had a vein popping out of your face.
Well, and then sign that one. If you could just write it out for me, because it's going to take me a while to put all this. Zarvarex Stormborn, a keeper of Zaxria, of the clan Kalzan. And then I'll write my name on there too. Don't ask me how to spell that. That's what my last name used to be, and then Stormcaller Uldar told me it's now Stormborn. But I thought they should know that what clan I came from, so that way they know my family. And if I find out that they hurt them, I'm going to fucking murder them. I didn't say that. Don't write that down.
P.S.
Halfway through writing. He was just in auto write mode.
Do you want to sign your name and
Yeah, I'm gonna write it and just put the characters down again, and then.
Yeah.
So we're backwards.
Now that one we might want to put that seal thing you were talking about on there. I don't. Do they have one of those around here?
I'm looking for a wax and seal that they might have up here.
So around the like library area, there are a couple of like kind of small like Raven's Nest type deals where there are supplies and shit that are all set up along that. Where you've seen several times the students will take those like candles, kind of melt the wax, pour it, then stamp onto it. Many of them, there's probably like a dozen or so different seals, but you can see that there are some kind of just generic seals that are literally just like there's one that's literally just a circle that just pushes down to seal it, so there's nothing on top of it, but everything else is like the different schools of magic like seals, like the symbols for each school of magic, like illusion, divination, everything. So like if they have a homework assignment and they're going to seal it, they seal it with that kind of.
Is there like a seal for Argonoria?
There's the symbol of Gillian, like for the Hall of Gillian. That's pretty much all Argonaria really uses. There is one of those as well if you want to.
Is there a lightning
Right.
bolt?
Is there a lightning bolt?
There's not.
Alright, Zarvarex, you got this plain circle, or you got this one for Gillian?
What do you think?
Whatever one, this is your letter, and I'm here to fight with you, but this is your decision.
Do you think if I use that one, it'll seem more important?
I do.
I'll use that one then.
It is your decision. But this one.
Just saying it's better.
We
Not saying you're wrong.
decisions here. You can pick
Yeah.
whatever one you want.
I'll use that one.
Alright, so I take
Makes it glow.
take like one of the candles and just kind of press the vegetation to heat up a little bit so it drops some of the wax and seal it.
All right, I'm gonna take that letter to Tobias with this other one for my family, and hopefully it doesn't cause any problems.
They just straight up killed Tobias.
They become our
I
enemy.
don't think it, right? This seems pretty harmless.
They might just ignore it,
If anything, they would ignore it.
or they're gonna tell me I can never come back. In which
That's-
case, I want to write another letter, and I want to say, "You cowards."
I'm coming,
If
fuckers.
if they tell you that and you really want to go back there, we will go there.
Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll understand what I was trying to say about them holding people back and stuff, even though, I'm just one person, but
You might be one person, but you've made a big footprint on this world so far, Zarvarex.
that means a lot. Thank you, Connor.
Oh, you just meant you have big feet. That's all I'm saying.
I'm glad Andrew's not in the room.
Actually, I am.
Andrew's feet probably as big as yours.
He's
Half
the Kraken
inch.
Slayer.
All right, so I'm gonna take those letters and I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna go find Tobias now. Thank you for all your help.
Of course.
Then I'm gonna just kind of start wandering.
So when you guys were here writing the letters and everything, you would have seen Tobias like kind of moving around within the
Yeah.
hall, so you know that he's at least in here
Okay,
somewhere.
so I'm just gonna kind of look around for him in there
You
then.
can see him like standing up at the top part with Asim. The two of them are just kind of like opening and looking inside of one of the books, talking back and forth. You can see their backs are kind of facing down towards you, but you can see up at them as they're on the balcony.
I'm gonna make my way up there as best as I can.
Open the door for him.
Oh, okay. Gotta go up the stairs.
Oh, okay.
You gotta go this way so I can let you go up there.
Oh, is that the restricted?
It is.
Oh,
Do you want me to like send him a message and he'll just come down?
is he gonna get mad if I go in there?
Not if I let you in.
Maybe
I can
maybe you
help
send him a message.
Sure, it's all books.
Alright. I'll get in like view of him. Send him just like a message like Tobias, this is Connor. Zarbrax has something he wants to give you.
Okay. He like kind of turns around and looks, and then sees you, kind of nods really quickly, hands the book over to Asim. After Asim takes it, you see this quick like swirl of purplish energy, and then him appearing below, kind of next to you, Connor. Where is? Oh, there you are.
Hi.
You seen Connor, but not Zarbrax.
It took
I
me
sent him a message.
a few days to decide what I wanted to do, but I've decided to write a letter to my family,
Decided to go to war.
and there's a gift in there for them as well. If you could just find safekeeping for that to get to them,
Okay,
I would greatly appreciate it.
for your family, yes.
Yes.
All right. He just
But
kind of takes his hands and then rolls them over, and there's this quick like snap of energy.
And then I also have this other letter. I wrote as a response to the council's decision. I don't know
Intrigued?
how it's
Most
going to go
definitely.
over, but I would like it to be delivered to them as well. Doesn't say anything bad, I think. Mostly just that I think they're making a bad decision.
Good. Glad somebody said it. Maybe that'll snap their attention in the right way.
I thought as being one of their own, they might consider what I had to say a little bit more, but
Well,
knowing them, who knows?
And make sure you give him my letter too to our parents.
their head mage over there, Grand Magus Zor, he's on the council. He's who I send the letters to. He has a pretty solid relationship with Akanoria, so hopefully it works out. We'll see though.
All right. Well, I don't know when I'll be back around to hear a response or anything.
It may take there some time, but once I have it, I'll wait for you.
By chance, if my family were to want to send a letter back, how would that find its way to me? Would it be through you also?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well
The Grand
then,
Magus will probably read the letters, or at least see them who they're addressed to the respective places. Once they're read, if there's a response, he'll just send it to me in the same fashion I sent it to him.
sounds good. Thank you very much.
Of course. If there's anything else I can do, let me know. I'll be around for a little while. I'm probably going to head back down to Ophelia here soon and help Amalia with the teleportation circle in your estate.
Thank you.
If
Yeah.
two people are working on one circle, does that mean it's
Expedites it.
2 days instead of
It
so
expedites
it's
it.
half a year?
Yeah, that's why I said before winter, because it would have been the start of the next year.
Cool.
Not like this year, but the year after.
Makes sense.
And then,
Thank you, Tobias.
thank you, Tobias.
All right.
Then I'm gonna start walking off, and then I'm assuming you're gonna walk with me, and I'm gonna kind of be like, you know, in those letters I wanted to say, well, while you're sitting there making decisions about shit that doesn't matter, I'm gonna go fight another archdemon. So, you know, fuck you guys, but
Archdevil.
whatever. Arch gonna die soon.
Stronger.
And, you know,
I just didn't want you to write that down. That's why I didn't say that when you
a lot
were
of
writing
the
it.
times the people who are in power don't actually have any power. But
So you're saying we could kick their ass if we had to?
no. Okay, if we had to, yes. Are we going to? Definitely not.
If they hurt my family,
We
I'm
have
gonna
to
hurt them.
be. Oh, okay. That's different.
Okay.
Uh,
I just don't want any retaliation because I told them that they're stupid, basically.
right. We have to remember we're the keepers. We have to be the level heads of the world. We have to make tough decisions, whether that be moving forward with something or have to turn our backs on something as well.
Like that one time. No, I'm just kidding. We ran away and a bunch of people's families.
It's already over. We show up late. Really, that's what they should be upset about. We showed up late.
You didn't hear of any, so you're not really sure if there
people flying
were
around
any,
the air things. There's land.
which is a good thing, I guess. But in regards to like knowing where one may be, it's kind of long shot. There's a lot of different places.
Just gotta figure out a reason to go there.
See, we could go on vacation after this.
Okay, so
Skip's gotta go
we're
back to
gonna
his people.
enter for you
What?
Oh, you were in here.
in the span of time that you're going to be in the shop working and helping crafting till when Moldrak gets back and you guys go back to the estate.
Just doing my job.
Yep, you are going to get a total of 75 more crafting or points towards your whatever it may be.
How are you looking at? 75 plus what?
Number's hard.
141.
So you got 216.
I was gonna do the math, and then he started doing the math for me.
Alright.
Level up.
And we will bring it back over to Moldrak. So, Moldrak, for you, you are sitting within this kind of tiny little camp, if you would, but tiny big camp. Like everything around here is quite large. You are currently looking around, messing around with the ability to just kind of channel and make that small orb in the center of your hands and your palms. You can feel the energy coming from like the center, and then as they meet, they just kind of like slowly swirl outward, becoming larger and larger to form that kind of orb. You can feel the energy there, and then you find yourself, as you're holding it, it just kind of slowly fizzles out, as like you're not able to concentrate that amount of air for that long. Definitely do it long enough to create that kind of whistling noise.
Okay.
Excuse me. But you don't really have the ability or connection with air in the way that you want to, which is obviously why you are here, to kind of further that ability. Sitting here, kind of looking around, you get to a moment where you are listening to those chimes inside of that cave. You go from swirling that kind of orb around to resting your hands kind of at your sides. You kind of set your head back and can feel the rock of the mountain there. It's not like super hard to the point where it's not like comfortable. And everything just kind of slowly comes to a lull and you're calmed. Even though you've had time to like rest since the third layer encounter with Greg and everything, just your life for the last like 5 years has just been difficult, extraordinary at best, and or at the least. It's hard to really find these moments where you can really find like this tranquility and this calmness and really take time to just relax. You guys have had your moments where you've had stretches of time where you're able to do whatever it may be, but in that time you're running errands and trying to catch up for whatever's next, and it's this constant movement. But you're finding yourself to just be still for a time and wait. You find yourself yawning, you feel yourself leaning against the rock to the point where you drift off into sleep. You have like random dreams and flashes of things. You kind of have this quick, vivid like memory / dream of Master Kel, the orange Bengaran, who originally, excuse me, was the first kind of elemental master you had, and then kind of slowly moving on forward more and more. Before you are woken up to this slight kind of breeze that rolls over you, and it feels powerful, but it's not intense. You open your eyes and kind of look around and start to kind of scan left to right. As you're scanning left to right, you look like kind of like quickly do a quick scan, just like this kind of natural thing for you as you wake up. You kind of roll back and forth. Your eyes still a little blurry as you're rolling your eyes across. There's something standing out in front of you, and it almost looks like a tree grew where the center of this camp was. And then you kind of adjust your eyes and look forward and can see this just giant individual, 24 feet tall. You can see their back of their head is this kind of almost like grayish blue. The hair itself is similar to the Genasis, but it has almost like a, instead of it looking like fire, it's just like this intense wind gust, and in the center of it there's like blue energy. It's just kind of like curling upward. You can see large kind of ears. The clothing that he is wearing, you can see is a sleeveless top, like vest, that kind of wraps around in the front and then tucks into the lower part of what you can see is like a robe type kind of cloth at the bottom for pants and like legs. Has a large sash type belt on, and then the buckle you can't really see because it's in the front, but you can see the back side of it. There's a lot of these kind of bands, like huge pieces of leather that are wrapping around the belt and the waist, and everything just kind of getting tied more taut. You can see along the side of the left belt, there's a bunch of little chimes that are just kind of sitting there. There is, in the hand of the individual, the enormous hand of the individual, a lot of small like cauldrons and like little pots and pans that he seems to be just like setting his hand over to the side and like gently down.
Do not get many visitors here in the world of air.
Sorry for intruding on your camp. I just kind of dozed off.
No intrusion here, friend. He turns around. You can see, as he turns around, it's these very gentle movements from this huge form. And you can see the footfalls as they're hitting the rock. You're expecting this thud and this quake of movement. But you can see as he steps, there's almost like this gust of air that pushes underneath and like through the toes, where you can see kind of dust and dirt picking up. As he turns, he like picks his feet up and like almost goes to like plop down, and instead of like this loud thud you hear, there's just air that's just slowly descending him down to a kind of crisscross sitting position across from you. And even though you are as far away as you are, you're still looking up to see where his face is. If he was far enough away, you may be able to get away with it, but you're still like looking up, and he's a good 30 or so feet from you, but he feels like he's almost on top of you just because of how large he is. He kind of takes an arm and reaches over towards the logs of the fireplace and kind of picks him up and sets him over to the side. What is your name, Catman?
Fight him. Nobody calls you Catman.
My name is Moldrak. I came here to learn about the element of air from somebody called Brayun, but I also heard about you, and I don't know, you piqued... Are you Jaito?
I am Jaito.
You piqued my interest far more than what I've heard about Master Brayun.
Well, got a big footprint.
Brayun came
No
to me
offense to him.
long ago, seeking guidance. But sometimes when you are given guidance, you become misguided. I gave him teachings, and he used them as he saw fit. He altered the way of his people, but nothing harmful.
He does seem... well, I've never met him, but from what I hear from his people, they used to be a lot more free-spirited.
Yes, the Genasi were. They would travel across the entire world of air, finding people of all different types, helping them, traveling with them, taking them in, showing them the ways of air. But those times have gone.
Well, I don't know how much time I have here, but the world of Zaxria is in danger, and that puts the world of the elements in danger, and Primaris Elemental in danger. And I need to learn all I can about the elements before I can face these foes.
You know of the prime element?
I do. I learned from other masters of the elements. I learned of the portals and that they must be defended. Learned of the elements and how they all interact and the characteristics and... yes.
It is refreshing to see wisdom from mortals.
It's funny that you say that. I meet so many other people who just seem to have none.
It's true.
Damn, he's really talking shit about me to this guy, dude.
Sometimes it takes centuries for people to understand what it means to be whatever it is that you are, exactly. But for the most part, people don't really understand what this thing called life is.
I love this guy.
They focus too much on power, greed.
I get that. I used to spend a lot of time thinking that I only needed more power, and that was it.
Well, let me ask you this, Mudrak. Why do you want to work with air?
Well, I think that unless I do everything I can to protect Zaxria and its people, I would be doing a disservice to myself and to the world. I think I want to understand all the elements better to help me utilize my abilities in such a way that it lets me protect everyone.
You see a big smile come over the face of Trito, but you can see that he's got like there's like two kind of sharper teeth, and then the other teeth are quite large, and there's a couple of like gaps inside of there, like where he may be missing a tooth or something. But it's from such a large and intimidating form, this very gentle, soulful smile comes out. So you wish to get stronger to protect others?
Yeah, if you boil it down, that's pretty much it.
Selflessness is the true definition of what it means to master air. You must understand that air itself is selfless, and it may sound silly to you, but if you think about it, the wind carries the pollen to plant more flowers, not because it has to, not because it should, but because it just does. For no reason other than it's the right thing to do. It fills the sails of the ship to get it from A to B. For no reason other than because it can. It gains nothing from it.
You're the dog.
The air that you breathe. It doesn't do it because it has to. It is there because it is. It is free-flowing, but it can be controlled. And when it's controlled, it cannot be for evil. But it also doesn't have to be used for good either. It can just be. And it seems that you understand this, Mudrak.
Yeah, I try to spend a lot of time thinking about stuff like this. Wind seems to me like wind can be a gentle breeze, but give it enough time and enough building and it can turn a mountain into sand.
As he's turning around and grabbing towards the pots that he has, he starts to kind of like string them together a little bit as he's looking over towards you.
You yourself are probably a lot like wind, Modrak. Once a gentle breeze. As time and life has carried you, you become a strong, strong gust.
It's weird. I always feel so opposite of wind.
Sometimes the things we're most alike feel the farthest from us.
He puts the pots up.
This fucking guy's a prophet.
This guy's
Does like
goated.
a slight and blow, and then you hear the chimes, kind of like the pots kind of clanking together. You watch him close his eyes, and kind of put his head down a little bit, and just like pure joy and comfort.
It's the little things that get to me.
I find myself having less and less time for the little things.
He reaches kind of towards the back of his sash, where he pulls out a book. It's probably about this big, but in his hands it just seems so tiny. He takes it, and with his large hands there, he moves them very, very slowly and delicately, but with deliberate movements. The book itself kind of raises up. As it's raising up, you can see wind swirling around it and flipping through the pages. Each page that it flips past, a single strand of like wind kind of gusts out, and they all start to join up towards one another. So as you're seeing like each page go by, like a page flips, and as that page flips, there's like a swirl of wind, and then the next page flips, a swirl of wind, and it just keeps going through the entire book as he's sitting there holding his hands.
I've granted gift after gift to people, received gift after gift. But it's never been as easy as this for me to grant blessing to someone. You, Modrak, are pure of heart, I can see that. A selfless protector of probably not only your friends, but everyone. And as I said, the wind is the same. So, Modrak, Catman of Zaxria, I bestow upon you the teachings of the Oramnicon.
As he's holding the book in front of him, the pages still swirling out. You can see it all starting to form into an orb. He's slowly pushing the like orb of air towards you as it's slowly kind of getting larger and larger. He is pushing it, and
You may want to stand.
I stand up.
you stand up and take like a couple of steps towards him. At that point, as the orb is slowly getting closer and closer to you,
Modrak, as I give this to you, I wish for you to be the wind that carries the pollen to plant the flowers, the wind that fills the sails, and the air that fills the lungs of those that live.
he pushes it, and you feel it envelop over your chest, and as it does, instead of encompassing you, it almost like where the edges of the orb hit, starts to just go into the center of your chest. You feel it almost like lift you up, and you feel your feet lift off the ground and leave it. Your arms kind of go to your side gently, and it's not like this limp feeling, it's almost just this serene calm that starts to fill you. And as it does, you close your eyes, and as you open them, you can see across the way, Jaito just grinning ever so softly, hunched over. Even with you ascending a good 10 feet in the air, he's still a little bit taller. He stands up. As he's standing up, you can see that like with his form, he should be like clunking and lifting up, but you can see little gusts of wind that are like picking him up in places to where he very softly stands up. As he stands up, he takes his hands and kind of closes them together to almost make like this shape towards his chest that he rolls up and over, back and forth, and you can feel the energy inside of you is kind of shifting in the same way. Then he kind of rolls his hands up and then closes them and does like this push, and you feel it kind of like pull you forward. Then he pulls it to him and it knocks you back a little bit. Swirls his hands over to the other side and then separates them a little bit, and you feel all of the wind kind of push out, and you can see these strands of it going outward. A little bit of the sunlight's cresting over the mountain across you as well as all of this is going outward. And then he takes his hands as they're now spread apart, clenches the fists, puts it together, and then there's like a quick roll. And the wind, as it's pushed out from in front of you, slowly works its way back in, and then you feel yourself slowly step downward onto the rocky surface beneath.
Well, it's done.
Job done.
All the other masters made me fight something.
Yeah, I don't feel like fighting.
No offense to you, but I don't want to fight you.
And we are in agreement.
I'm gonna pull out a scrap of metal from my pocket. I'm just gonna poke a hole in the top with my nail, and I'm gonna heat like the same symbol of air that the people were wearing into it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hand it to you. Wind chime.
He takes his hand down. You can see that it sits like this big on his finger. He takes it.
Thank you, Mordred.
Thank you, Jaito.
Could you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure.
Can you tie some string on that?
Yeah.
I'll be here for at least 10 years trying.
If not number one NPC, he's at least top 3.
It's the Pumat soul of working.
Do you want me to hang it up?
Yeah, if you
Takes it back over towards you.
He said 10 years, but it might actually be 10 years. Hang it up. Yeah, I'll just walk over and I'll go over to the cave and I'm just gonna climb
Yeah,
over.
yeah. You can see that it's like a little high up, and he just like takes his hand, and a little gust of wind picks you up on your feet.
right there should be good.
Double check it.
Yeah.
Pulls the little thing down.
Slowly come back down to the surface.
So, Moldrak, Catman of Zaxria, what is next for you?
Well, my journeys take me to some very dark places. Hopefully to save as many people as we can.
Well, bring a light. If it's gonna be dark.
Thank you. What about you?
Here is good. I will serve the world of air until the next Prince of Air comes into.
I don't know if it's my place to speak, but maybe you should talk with Ryu. I don't know him, but he seems like maybe he needs more guidance.
I could.
Only if you want to.
It does not feel like my place to do so. I am but a watcher of the world. I do not like to manipulate the things within it.
You just are.
As the air.
I understand. Alright, well.
Will you return back to Zaxria then?
Yes.
Well, let me save you some time and help.
Oh. Always appreciated.
Is there anything you left?
My windrunner.
Would you like to have that back?
Please.
You watch him close his eyes, and you can see his like eyes on the inside of his eyelids are kind of moving frantically around. Takes one hand and just kind of does like a quick swirl and like a flick with his finger.
He upgraded it.
He takes one hand over to the side, and with the way that his hands are like this big around, it's quite large, and he just kind of like slowly does like a quick motion back and forth, and then you watch this like tunnel pretty much open up with wind swirling around. As it does, you can feel a little bit of a pull towards it. He kind of like reaches a hand in front of the tunnel to like block the kind of vortex effect of it, and as he's sitting there holding,
It'll just be a second.
It's okay. I have time.
Okay. Will you be coming back to the world of air?
Yes.
Okay. He kind of reaches back. When you come back, come say hi.
He hands out a small little orb that you can see. It has more of a like rigid feel to it in a way, and it seems like it's constantly changing. It doesn't seem to be made of glass or like stone or anything. It's just kind of like this almost formless, and you can feel the energy there, but you don't feel like any sort of surface to it.
When you want to come back, just use that. It'll bring you to me. If you ever need anything, and if I can probably help, I'll try.
Okay. Well, I appreciate this.
I appreciate the wind chime. Okay.
He takes his hand away. At that point, you watch from the top part of the mountain on like this huge jet stream. The windrunner comes like kind of skirting in on the wind, doesn't like scrape against the stone, but just kind of like quickly comes in and sets next to you. As it kind of sets down, it just slowly floats in place where it is.
This will take you out the same way you came in.
Okay. Well, it was nice to meet you.
It was nice meeting you too, Moldrak.
See you again soon.
Are there more like you?
It's hard to say.
I'd imagine many like you are hard to come by.
There are people who have the same goals as me. Same abilities, not so much.
Okay.
I'm gonna miss the calm of this place.
Well, now that you have the blessing of air within you, maybe you can take a piece of it with you.
I hope so. I don't know if I need this thing anymore, but I'm gonna get on the windrunner.
Goodbye, Moldrak.
You watch him just like put his toes against the ground and slowly pick up and just start to rise up. You can see his arms just kind of at his side as he's like looking around. And then just like slowly goes towards his back and just kind of like almost backstroke drifts flying in the air away from that mountainside.
This guy has a whole vibe. I love it.
You jump on the windrunner and feel it like slightly floating towards the wind tunnel. Then it picks up. And then once you get into the front of it, it just kind of like pulls you through really quick. You feel the fur pushing back. And you like, then you come through the other side of the vortex. Floating out in space above Zaxria. You are pretty confident that you can get back based on the amount of time that you were within the world of air, as long as there's no like sort of time change, but it doesn't feel or seem like there was.
You missed a whole year.
So just based on like your Outlander feature and where the sun would kind of be positioned and where you came from, you'll be able to get back to Arcanoria.
Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna point myself in that direction. Then I'm gonna kind of close my eyes and focus and just see if I can propel the wind behind me to make this thing go faster.
Okay.
A lot of momentum there. It's gonna be real bad.
Do you have any sort of spells or abilities with the amulet to do that?
I don't know.
However, you do. I'm gonna give you a choice
Okay.
between three things.
Yep.
Okay.
3 things.
Alright, so one of them,
Yeah.
your base movement will be increased by 10 feet, and any fly speed is an additional 5 feet. That's one of them.
Got it.
Or there's another one. Once per okay, so it recharges every day, but as a bonus action, you can put a knockback on your weapon, and then the DC for the knockback is just against your spell save.
Okay.
And then another one, the last one, once per day you can do a windshield that increases your AC by 3.
Ooh.
For how long?
What was the first one?
Yeah.
It's just like a reactionary thing, like shield.
10 feet of movement?
So it'll be like, so it's like shield,
10 feet of
but
movement, 5
with
feet of
shield
fly.
and +3 instead of the +5.
I think it's. Is it 5 feet of flying or
Yes.
is it?
Yes.
5 feet additional fly speed is
Yes.
what it was?
Yep.
Okay.
You don't have to decide immediately, but
Right now, you don't have any time to think.
No, I'm not gonna decide right now. I do have the tornado thing. So I don't know if that would work. Or I can push creatures with a strong gale of wind. I don't know if I could shoot any of those behind me.
He's gonna get hit by something.
I'd say
He's
for
gonna
the
be, like,
purposes of
this
this,
far
we
from
can do
being
that.
dead.
You
You
can
can
go a
go.
little quicker. You are gonna have to like tuck down at that same island you rested on before. 'Cause
Okay.
It did take the day and a half to get to here, if you remember. You and Ellie crested down onto the island, rested there, and then went back up. So it'll take you about a day and a half there.
Okay.
Okay.
That's true.
And that would be a lot.
That's true.
And smack into the ground and mock Jesus.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's right after 3 they did.
So, you guys within Arkanoria kind of get to this point where you meet up in the reprieve. Andrew, you've worked like the last 2 or 3 days within Gita's potion shop. At this point, the order for your potions is going to be done tomorrow. So it is a lot quicker than you were anticipating. So you already marked down all of the potions that you bought, correct?
I do have
Okay,
them.
so we don't have to. I don't have to go back and look
No.
at it. You guys have it taken care of.
I have everything, yep.
Okay. As for you guys in Arkanoria, so it'd be Chelonia and the 3 of you. You're within the reprieve, just kind of sitting there, waiting around, drinking, eating, kind of hanging out with one another. Yeah, I think he had to go get Maeve, so he's not going to be coming back.
I just want to get his mic.
You guys, kind of
Colder
sitting.
is here?
No, he's just now coming in. Yeah, he's coming in. Your windrunner, you can just kind of tie it out on a post out there. Do whatever you want with it.
I tie it up.
Like a horse.
I stick it for sale sign.
Oh, so good. We could paint it, sell it for more.
For sure.
Roll back the odometer.
What is your for sale sign?
It just says for sale.
Okay.
I'm not putting a price. We'll negotiate.
You don't even know the contact.
That's Moldrek doesn't have that foresight. It just says for sale. No details.
All right. You guys sitting in the reprieve though. Moldreg makes his way in. At this point, you guys are at the what is going to be the 10th of Mokai.
The bed dinger.
So you're about 3 days out from when you were going to travel back to the keep, or to the estate. So you know that if you were to leave tomorrow, that you'd have ample amount of time to be there before the 13th or on the 13th at least. Because it takes you about a day and a half, maybe 2 days to get to the estate from Tenebeth. With good travel and good conditions.
Hey guys.
Hi,
Andrew,
everyone.
Andrew, you look pretty tired. You alright?
I'm working a lot, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How's that been?
Pretty good, actually. Nice change of pace. How'd the
He's staring at it, not thinking about it, just staring at it.
how'd the wind plane of air and wind? How did the wind thing go?
It was very relaxing. It's kind of like vacation.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be like the hardest one or something.
I thought it was going to be too.
You had to fight anything cool inside? No. Well, that's pretty nice.
It was nice.
You seem a little jollier.
Relaxed.
That makes sense. Oh, the potion will be done tomorrow.
Okay.
You also have 150 gold.
I put it in my.
Alright, I'll add it.
And
Can I have my bag back?
just not give it to you. I was so busy I didn't put a bunch of random stuff in it, so I guess you don't have to sort through that.
I would have. What have you guys been up to?
I just got back a few days ago, a couple days ago.
Write down the ingredients that.
You guys get everything you needed to done?
Just write your recipe.
I think so.
Did that mirror work for you, Zarvarex?
Kind of. I think it's effective.
How come?
I couldn't see Neris.
Isn't she in the Feywild?
You tell me.
That's where she said she was going. I don't assume Neris is a liar. So, it doesn't work across planes. I've tried it before.
That's what Connor said.
Did you not believe me?
I haven't tried again.
Oh,
I've just been looking at myself.
okay.
I got a couple scales out of place and I don't know what to do about it.
Do they regrow?
Don't pick them. You'll have scars.
I already have scars.
We are covered in scars.
That is the truth.
Got a fucking hole in my shoulder. So what happens is somebody just fucking shoot you with a golden gun in the same shoulder, dude.
Kind of deep.
Still
I
have
don't know
this
if I can
mirror
make it
back.
in a week though.
No, you can hang on to it. Keep using it. If it helps
Did you use it today?
No.
Can I use it really quick?
Sure.
I'll try and look at Roman.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that guy. I forgot he existed.
Still got a few days.
I gotta
Peek every once in a while, see what he's up to.
as you look at Roman, you actually see him fighting. Fuck, I was not expecting you to do this. But I'm not going to change what's going on around the world because of it. Essentially, you see him fighting. You can see that he is somewhere within a desert-type climate to some degree.
Same place he's been.
And you can see as he is fighting that there are some kind of deep red-skinned creatures that seem to be attacking him. And he is just fucking like flailing cards out. There's explosions coming from the cards. He has 2 decks. He's got one on each side.
Double
and he's just,
decker,
like,
dude. Oh my god.
like every
Andrew's like, why did I never think of 2
he's
decks?
like chucking them out in a fashion that you like. You're getting pretty proficient, but you understand that like he's still
He's different.
he's just tearing shit up. And you actually watch him kind of hightail and start to like run towards some sort of a dock.
Should give him
As you're looking at the surroundings, it looks like Nasai.
Oh, that's. Can they see it?
Yep.
Dude, he's like. I didn't think this is what I was gonna. He's fighting like demons and stuff.
That looks. Is that a desert?
It kind of looks like this.
Moldrek, as you're watching, you watch him take a card and grab like a handful of them, chuck them on the ground underneath his feet, and then like run and jump on him, and the cards start to like kind of carry him. So he's like flying like faster. As he's pushing himself forward on the cards, they kind of like slow down, and he slows down, and he just does the same thing again to like pick his movement speed up in that moment.
I can't.
To where he gets like a good distance ahead of everybody else, and like at that point, like Moldrek's like shit, and you turn around and look at him, you're like, what the fuck? And then you're just like watching. You watch as he picks himself up. He takes a card out that you recognize, the card for teleportation, which I believe is the Queen of Diamonds, maybe.
Something like that.
As he takes it out and throws it, he chucks it over at a boat in the distance, and as it slams and hits the boat, takes the rope that's kind of tied up to the deck, starts to untie it, and then shove himself off, and you watch a couple of the demons like jump. 2 of them actually land on the boat. One of them, he throws a card up and like chains wrap all the way around it, and then he just like throws it into the water. Another one gets on and like stabs down and actually gets him in the shoulder pretty good. And as it does, he doesn't go to like yank the sword out, Instead, he just kind of like grabs it, holds it there for a second, and then like kicks down at the feet of the demon that's standing ahead of him. So the feet get kicked out, and it just kind of lands on top of him. And him holding it is so it doesn't like dig deeper as it falls in. As he's holding it, he takes the cards and just starts to like chuck them into the back, and then throws like 3 or 4 of them super high up, and you know that they're probably just arcing down to the point where the demon on top of him kind of goes lifeless. And from the momentum of the 2 of them jumping out at the boat, he seems like he's gotten away. And like as he's looking up, there's commotion that you can kind of see around him, but from the scrying you can only see what's like going on with him specifically. Then the mirror kind of goes black, and then your reflection shows in it.
What other channels we got on this thing?
How many channels do we have?
Here's the
Why can't you do that?
That was fucking sick.
Yeah,
Did you
that's
see that?
nuts. I don't. He seems
You're
a lot better.
You're lighter than. Can you make yourself fly with your cards? You're lighter than
I
he
grab a
is.
handful of cards. I don't even understand what happened.
He had like 5 cards, and he like.
All I know is I saw demons there.
I did see demons.
That's a good point.
They look a lot like the one in Brunswick.
It must be spreading a lot faster. We need to make our way back soon. I know there's a lot going on here, but we're probably better served closing more portals.
You went to Southbrook, right? They seem fine.
Yeah, they're distributing some of their extra navy to surrounding kingdoms.
You know anybody in like Noria or why can't I ever Venere? That's the one. They're
I don't know. I haven't.
maybe we should check
checked
to
it.
see how that's going over
We
there.
could check tomorrow. Yeah. Well, we know the Empress Queen.
Yeah.
We also know the Archdruid lady from there.
Names escape me right now.
I know, it's been so long.
Empress Shannare.
Shannare. We could, I don't know, she probably has protection, but
I would say maybe
don't
also
think we'll be able to
Yolgard,
do it
but
in
they're
a week.
probably
I'm trying to
Well,
well,
then we
something
wouldn't
attached
be
to the
able to tell.
blades,
Wasn't
like
it
a
scaling
box
making weapons for them?
that can channel the lightning
I
on.
mean, that's scaling.
So I attach the melee weapon.
Your brother.
It's gonna have a little lever.
Another
I pull the
halfling.
lever. The whole thing
All
is
halflings are the same.
Like,
Come
shoot
on.
out. Like when I pull the lever, and then when I like,
He's a
let
no.
it go, just like slam it back shut. I can like strike,
Wait, what?
pull the handle, and like lightning shoots out as I strike, and then like pull
like,
it
your
back.
brother's
and,
not a
like,
gnome.
it doesn't blow it all
I was
at
like,
once.
how? You're a halfling!
And I just want to be able to attach it to the sword.
Half halfling and
That's
half
gonna be like
gnome.
dual-sided.
So like
he's
when
also
you change it,
part
you like
dragon.
put it on
Dragonborn.
That's just gonna be like part of the
It's a
weapon, I
dragon
guess. How demons make
yeah,
works, I
they're
guess.
probably they're pretty cool.
Dragon
But I
foot
also have to
kraken
like
slayer.
fill each individual
Next
one up.
campaign, let's go. Go
Put
Dragonborn
lightning.
halfling.
We should probably,
Like a week, right?
I don't know.
What
That's
is,
not
what is
much time.
today?
I don't know if I'll be able to make it.
The
but
10th of
I
Moketh.
guess get plans then, I guess, on the next time we start it. Next time we.
As long as
the
no
next
time
layer.
has passed, but I don't think it
Break
has.
again.
When are we supposed to meet up all together?
3 days? About 3 days from now.
Should we
Probably.
start heading back?
I
We
think
need to collect our potions first.
we have to wait till
that's a good point.
tomorrow at
Forgot
least.
about that.
But we can always head back 2 days early and just hope everyone's there.
Well, we have to go back to Keith, or not Keith, the house. So
Yeah.
that's probably like a day and a half or whatever.
Tobias was heading there as well to help with the teleportation circle.
Did you already go? You might just be able to zoom us there.
He left already.
No.
You end up doing your letters
Letters?
or letter? Sorry.
Oh, right. I remember.
Metagame, right? You do a letter to your family?
I remember talking about that before.
Yeah,
we left.
I wrote a letter to my family.
That's good. Well, hopefully they get it and finds them well.
What time is it?
It's probably like
Ender just
middle
used
of
it. It's
the
not
day.
going to work.
I think he's just looking at his scales again.
You need to like buff them or polish them.
Take a shower.
Same with smells.
He's never taken it.
I don't know.
I'm gonna spend the last night here bathing.
The water's black.
It's
The blood of my enemies.
it's why is the water so thick? No, it's
Serious.
the truth.
Yeah, all sorts of shit on it.
He's like, I used to be a silver dragonborn.
Okay, so the plan is to just wait for the potions and then return to Zaxria? Or, yep, Ophelia, you know what I meant?
And take a bath.
And take a bath, okay. Yeah, you're pretty gross, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah, you're filthy, filthy, filthy.
I think the only time that Zarrex has probably gotten any sort of cleaning was times that he's been swimming.
Yeah.
Gross.
I take a lick bath. I was wondering what smelled so bad at that party the entire time.
When you're taking the bath, you notice like chunks of stuff kind of floating up and realize like, what the hell? And you grab it and you're like, oh, that's like a finger bone or something.
Taste
You
it?
just, like kind of drop it.
Was that jammed in my skin?
Yeah, it's like stuck in some sort of muscle crease somewhere.
Eyeball hanging off your shoulder. It's a grill brush.
Ah, like a Brillo pad.
Yeah, for sure.
To take off all the scabs.
But you look nice and clean. When you guys see each other
White
the next
dragon
morning, Zarvarax is like almost shiny. You notice that he's not a brass or copper dragonborn. He's actually golden with little silver speckles and stuff throughout him that are a lot harder to see underneath filth. So look at him and he looks like a whole different person.
You're so shiny.
Looking good, Zarvarax.
Thank you.
I don't know when the next time we'll be able to bathe is, so it's good that you did it now.
We'll get to
Good
see
idea.
the blood of my enemies even more clearly on my skin.
All right.
That
Well,
was a weird way to...
a little fucking freaky, but it's probably true.
I've had so many things die on top of me and guts spew on me, and
I just take a look around to see if anybody's close to us. Yeah.
He's a small child. It looks mortified.
Shouldn't be in a... I guess it's not a bar, it's a...
And spend some time attuning to Ring of Fire Resistance.
Yep.
And unattune from my Ring of Charisma.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go pick up the potions.
Yes.
All right.
I'm gonna go pick up the potions.
Okay. You make your way in. Gita is there. Oh, Ander. Today be the day you're leaving then? Yeah?
Yep.
Alright, all the potions are all set, ready to go. You know where they're at. Go ahead and grab them and you're good to go.
I'll go where the potions are and grab them.
Yeah, over the few days that you've been here, you guys have just kind of been like every 3 or so potions that you create, you just kind of set one into the crate that you guys had kind of piled up.
What you didn't know is I was making other superiors for us also.
Dun, dun,
Nope.
But
I just have my stash gone.
all the potions are there. You bring it back to Moldrak to kind of divvy out how you guys see fit, or hold on to them now for whatever reason. But you've got the potions. It's up to you what you want to do now.
All right. We ready to go?
I've been here too long. I don't like staying in the same place for so long. It feels weird.
What would you prefer we are doing?
Going to the house, weirdly enough. I'm ready, I think.
You're
I'm excited a little bit. Also nervous, obviously, because it's a scary place.
You're talking
but,
a lot.
I just want to do something.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I gotta go get my wheels. I don't think I can just leave them here.
It doesn't even have wheels.
I'm gonna go look for
Your wheels.
the windrunner.
It's still
Oh,
As you make your way out there,
Yeah.
you can see kind of like thin-built guy, kind of with a goatee.
Can I interest you in that there, Windrunner?
Oh, this is yours then, huh?
Yeah, that's mine.
All right, man. All right. Been looking to buy one of these.
Oh yeah?
They don't really. I see them here all the time. I'm like, man, those things look cool, and I just never
Yeah,
get
this
a
one's vintage.
This dude's rich
Vintage?
as fuck.
Yeah.
Who makes these things? You know?
Robots, I think.
He's not even trolling the best part.
Yeah, there's this land far to the west of the Sea of Souls called Mechanus.
Huh? No shit, man.
There's a bunch of like robot guys there who make magical inventions.
Are you really selling this thing though?
If you got the gold for it, yeah.
What are you thinking?
Like 8,500 gold pieces, and it could be yours.
Oh, that's a little steep, my friend. That is way steep.
What are you thinking?
I mean, I got 2,000 on me right now.
You have like a stash of another 5,000 you could grab.
And the way that my stuff is set up, it would take me a little while to get funds from here to this spot, and then I got to pile up more this way. It's a lot of small little businesses that I just kind of get everything in once, and
Well,
it takes a little time.
you know, if you're not serious about it, it's
I'm serious. It
Damn.
just don't have it all on me right now. And 8,500 either way is still really steep. I think the best I could probably do is 3.
I wouldn't do anything under 5.
Oh man, really hate to see it go.
I'm leaving in like 2 minutes.
Man,
No trades.
I'm not trying to persuade this guy. I'll just leave if I have to.
it carries you pretty good.
Carries me pretty good. Yeah. Not as quick as the smaller ones, but
How
it's good
used
for-
is it? It looks like it's in good shape. How used is it? How long you had it?
It's in pretty good shape, despite it looking a little bit older.
Okay.
Flies as well as any flying bike thing.
Is this yours?
It really is mine, yeah. Made it through a giant vortex just the other day. Came out looking probably cleaner than when it went in.
Final offer, 4,250.
4,500 and it's yours.
Make a persuasion check.
My enemy!
Is it cocked?
My name is Moldrak, and this is my pawn shop.
I can't see
It's
what
like
the fuck
right
that's
here.
cocked.
That's
Okay.
cocked for
Yeah.
sure.
11? Hang on. -1. 10.
Really wants it.
Give me a half hour.
I could do that.
All right.
My name is Moldrak, and this is my pawn shop.
All right. He
I figure we can use the gold more than the flying car.
But it is a flying car.
I don't know where we
he
use
leaves.
a flying car.
Makes his way back. He's got 4,500, but it's not all in gold. There's a lot of silver.
Okay.
This isn't accepted
I
here.
go up to the bike. I go, is this thing for sale?
No, it's not. Bought it. Bought it already.
How much you?
How much did you want for this thing?
Well,
We just had a transaction.
we did shake on it. I'm sorry. How much you want for it? How much you want it for?
Best I can do is 2,000.
All right. Have a good day, sir. Serious inquiries only.
Oh my god.
You really shut you down quick. You're
Oh man, I really thought he was gonna try to swindle me. Oh fucking hey, man.
Now Zarbrex walks over.
This thing for sale.
I got 2 dragons.
Too many.
I'm gonna buy it from that guy if you want.
2,000 of the
Is it 2,000 gold?
yeah, it's fuck.
4,500.
It's in platinum. I'm
Okay.
trying to convert it in my head.
250?
So 2,000 of it is like
200.
of gold worth is in platinum.
200 platinum.
So 200 platinum. Yeah.
Okay.
We love platinum.
And
We're gonna
then
convert all of our money into platinum.
the rest of it?
1,500 of it will be in
Platinum?
silver.
15,000 silver? I don't even know if I have space for that.
I'm right.
Claw machines or something.
Vending machines all over.
He's a car wash guy.
Claw machines.
There's no copper. The rest is gold.
Okay. What is that?
500 gold.
500 gold.
Or 1,000.
1,000?
He's gonna hand him his card.
3,500. Yeah, so
1,000.
2,000 gold, 200 platinum, and then
No, 200 platinum, 1,000 gold, 1,000 silver.
I thought he had 2,000 gold.
15,000.
Damn. This guy walked
No, he
over
said
with
he
a
had
fucking
2,000.
wheelbarrow?
He didn't
He
say
didn't
what,
say
what
what,
currency it was.
Yeah, sure.
Pleasure.
Sure.
Goes over and gets up onto it. It's kind of tall, but yeah, okay. He just like
wander away with my silver bag.
you like pull a fucking wire or something.
Pull it back up.
But he just kind of like slowly drifts off.
Running it.
Get on a string.
Put the for sale sign back on it.
And then in parentheses, like used above that.
Gently used.
Yeah.
2 owners.
Gets to a point where it's just parts for sale. Oh fuck.
What the hell?
Oh, so good. Alright. At this point, you guys
Who the hell? Oh no, that was
Okay, I was like, damn, I'm mute this whole time.
you guys make your way
Got him again.
back to Ophelia. Through which portal?
Oh.
Isn't ten
I
of
don't know anything
This is
about
the
10 of F.
closest.
Well, the 10 of F one is in a
It's
sewer.
sewer. and
It's
then we
underneath.
just go out.
You guys just beeline into there because it's going to take you a day and a half to get there anyway. So
Yeah.
Ten of
you're,
F's
like, kind of
closest.
close.
We also don't know what's going on. So
Okay. All right. Once you teleport to Tenebeth, you are beneath the city. You can definitely hear like a lot more, not commotion, but just movement and such above you. It doesn't seem like anything like scuffles or loud noises, rioting, anything of that nature. However, you only have about a day and a half or so to get to the estate. Nobody really has any sort of business here anyways to cause you to stop.
I will talk to my brother.
I guess that would be a good reason.
We need to stop here.
I just want to pop in and tell Sanded that we're going
Okay.
really soon.
It's like
That'd
we're
probably be
going
quick.
to the estate, then we have to pass back out of here.
Are we coming back here?
Yeah,
Oh, I thought we were gonna go to the estate and then just go from there.
we can't. We have to go all the way to by the Howling Pond. That's where the portal is.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we can go in there now if you want to go though, but we do have to go back by here.
Well, we'll be back here pretty soon, right? Well,
Yeah.
like a day or like
Yeah, it's like
2 days or something, 3. Yeah, that'll work.
About. Okay.
I I think last time when I
Probably
came in
like
here, or came over,
training.
told them I was like,
the second
we're
day of the
leaving,
week.
and then I came back
probably
like a
a
day
couple
later and was
days,
like,
then when I, like,
now
thought
we're
about it,
actually
I'd be
leaving.
like, oh shit, man, I would
Yeah.
Weird.
love to be able to use all those cylinders I have.
Well, the last time you were
It's
like, we're
every
leaving,
night,
and then
I'm
2
gonna
days
start
later, you're like,
wanting
we're
to go to
back.
bed, a couple hours or drive,
That's true as well.
try to translate the mechanics,
They probably have a lot going on.
evolve into the. Okay.
I'll make it.
5 days of drawing.
Yeah, I'll make it. Let's call it 30 crafting points to make it.
Can't be beat up.
Like including like both sides or whatever it may be. And then you can roll for like 3 days for the planning portion of it. And with those, you don't have to do percentage rolls. You can just do straight rolls with intelligence, and your proficiency, obviously, and then just add those on to whatever that is. Crafting point wise, do you have the sheet that tells you like? Okay, you're good then. Okay, you guys start making your way back to the estate. Like I said, it's about a day and a half of travel, so it takes you probably a little bit more than that actually, just because the roads themselves at this point are a little like slick. This is like the end of winter, so it has these days where it gets like stupid cold, so there's a lot of ice and everything. Not as much snow, but there's days where like it kind of warm up, rain pretty heavy, and then the kind of ice settles in when it drops to 20 degrees and below here. You start making your way back to the estate. Many of you bundled up along the way, doing what you can to keep warm. You have to make some pretty sizable fires in order to keep them roaring through the night to sleep comfortably, get your bedrolls and whatever else it may be out. And then you finally arrive to the estate. You can see smoke kind of rolling out from within there as Rael inside would have had fire in the fireplace made. And then within the estate as well, there's like this kind of system set up where it's almost like a wood burning type stove, and there's just like a lot of stuff going through the house, so everything's just kind of heated by that, so that's constantly being like filled up. At this point though, like you're using all of the wood that was there to like keep it warm over the time, like it's starting to kind of get lower in the wood supply, but you guys are going to be leaving here soon, so you don't have to really restock on it, but if you were to come back and it's still being cold, it'd be a good idea to do that.
Still half an hour.
Are there trees
I don't know,
around?
guys.
Yep. Just go take some down. Got an axe. Chop some trees.
But you guys get to the estate. It's probably, the sun is like coming down. It's been like a cloudy day, overcast for the most part anyway. The sun really hasn't been coming out, so it's cold. Like I said, probably like 20 degrees or so area. The water and stuff on the ground is pretty frozen up. There are some spots where it's a little like cracked and slushy, but for the most part, yeah, step on it. But for the most part, everything's pretty iced over and cold. You can see the windows of the estate itself have a good bit of fog on them. There is ice and stuff leading up to it. You can see icicles coming from the sides of the estate, and then the roost where Wraith and Neris's rooms were, it's pretty iced over. There doesn't really seem to be too much going on up there. It's pretty much pitch black. The estate on the inside, like I said, there's a couple of rooms where you can see light. The candles inside of the kitchen, like the chandelier that's there, is lit, so you can see into that dining room and that front window, and then over on the library study side where that wood-burning stove is, and then the fireplace as well.
You guys just love the ice.
No.
Sitting in the little central garden here.
Okay.
We're home.
Sitting by the fireplace.
Hello.
Drinking tea.
Okay.
We are here.
You make your way in. Once you get in, you can see over. Distinguished gentlemen. You look over to the. Do I have marked on there where the fireplace is?
Yes.
I believe I put it in the kitchen, but I don't think it is. I think it's in the library study part.
That's just on the main floor to the left instead
The
of
other
the right.
floor.
Yep. Maybe I don't.
Maybe not. Oh, there looks like there's like a shape for one in the library or the study.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, there should be one in there. Should be on an outside wall, though. I don't know if it's.
It's on like the front wall of the house.
Okay, yep, that's it.
And go up.
Yep, then there's that fireplace there where you can see Azrael standing, holding a cup of, it's like almost like a coffee type cup, but it's like metal. He seems to be sipping from it, and then Skip is kind of kneeled down or legs crossed, sitting inside of the kind of entryway where that kind of sanctuary is next to the water, holding the holy symbol. You knock and what's that?
Have I seen Skip since he got bigger?
He wasn't there.
No, yeah, you were. 'Cause you guys all went to Noria together when you initially left. I think. No, you guys didn't all go to Noria. But you were there when you guys decided like we're gonna split up. So you have seen it since you've been there. But you make your way in, and Skip is kneeling there. Ezrael's over to the left. You knock and let him know that you're here.
Hello.
You make your way in.
We're here.
Stand up.
Flicker.
Yeah, I think it's this one.
How's it going?
Yeah, see him turn around. Doesn't have his hat on. His hair is very long and clean, like halfway down his back. No jacket or anything. He's shaved completely.
Completely shaved.
What the? Who are you? Who's this guy in our house?
It's Azrael, obviously.
Hello.
Holy
I'm
shit,
pretty
that
sure
is Azrael.
I'm pretty sure if any other person came into this house, it would
He
not
looks,
be
he
good
looks
for
pretty
them.
good.
It suits you, Azrael. No offense to your previous look.
No, you don't take it. New life, I guess, you know.
Well, you know,
New me, I guess.
you're new me. I get it.
I've had tea in a very long time. It's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Getting used to it.
Okay.
How was your journey?
My journey was good. Yeah.
Okay.
Calming. Learned a lot.
Good.
Your ring, please.
Yeah.
How was,
I upgraded your fridge a little bit.
are you well prepared now? Are you,
We have lots of potions. We're good on those, hopefully.
Oh,
We used a lot last time.
he's gonna pull this little bag out.
Oh, I have, for you, Azrael, I have this ring here. Yours is actually an amulet, Connor. That is to protect you against fire.
Mike? You didn't have that good.
They only had 4, Skip. Plus, I didn't know if the rings would fit you.
Far enough.
We
here.
could maybe try to get you something for that, though.
Pull out a paper, and on it it's the recipe for resistance to fire potions.
You didn't happen to get
I got
armor, did you?
like what's in it too. So, shit balls.
Um,
1 second.
I had to
This is
buy
actually
armor,
shit balls.
and I couldn't find any. I couldn't find any armor in Arcanoria.
Don't worry about it.
I'm already
We
started.
might be able to pick
I
some
got
up
this
on
one
our
here.
way.
Recent.
It's already done. It's already done.
I don't know. We could probably can't get it enchanted
Fill
on
up,
our
God,
way,
flip it
but
over.
That's okay.
Upside down.
I'm sure we'll have to take another small break after this next journey.
yeah.
Good.
Oh, we saw last night. We saw Nasai was being attacked by. We were scrying on Ender's former master, Roman, and we saw that demons were attacking in Nasai.
So what, you need plans, perhaps? Or?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think our mission is still the same. I think it's just escalating faster.
Well, escalation is definitely how it's been going, because I don't know if you stopped in Tenebeth.
We just kind of left and figured we stop on our way to the.
We are hated.
I wouldn't
Hated?
go
Hated.
there at the moment.
What does that even mean?
Did something happen?
What do we do?
People of Zaxria, at least Brunswick, we're not happy that we left.
They think that we abandoned them.
I think it's understandable to feel that way.
It is.
Maybe best to just avoid it altogether then.
For the time being, yeah.
Maybe I can, as we pass, if we go around Teneveth, I can send a message to your brother, or maybe Connor can. But either way, we can probably get a message to him if you want.
Alright, that'll work.
Brick house.
Almost, but I was so bad.
Not the house with it all.
Bricks so far off. Those bricks. You have this one?
No, that's the
You
recipe
have it
for
now.
fire resistance.
That's the
Oh,
recipe.
I
It's
thought you
a
said you
recipe.
had this
No,
stuff.
it's just the recipe.
Okay. I almost have all of
What do you
We
need?
have a river?
There's
the
a
whole
water,
ocean.
I mean,
water
we've
right there.
Kind
This
of
is
got a.
river water.
Oh.
So,
I can
gotta be
build the
specific.
river
does that
Jesus.
count? Depends on how he builds it.
like a river.
There's rivers everywhere.
This is. I can make a stream.
That would be stream water.
Okay, that's
Oh yes.
It also says like a geyser.
You know what I gotta do, right? Hit skip with the guys. I don't know, man. It's fucking solid right now. It does say. I will say. It does say. For objects, if they're more than 200 pounds, it doesn't do anything.
I
Not
can't
that
be-
it doesn't do anything, but
It can't be moved.
I can't be moved or knocked down anyway, so.
It's a feature. Nobody's seen it yet either.
Go ahead, hit me.
The water cannon.
In the fucking house. I hope you guys have homeowners insurance. This shit's about to be flooded.
I can get rid of most of the water.
You gotta make a spring save.
That's our homeowner's insurance.
I am the
He's the provider. He's the provider.
You gotta make a
They pay me.
Probably
in-
could.
They pay
I have
me
advantage.
Fire
on those,
damage,
so.
water damage.
Natural 20.
Okay.
This water's
Anyway.
glacier. It's always cold.
Okay.
I'll walk into the workshop.
That's what I came from.
Come
That's
out
whole place.
with these
Always
darts.
close. You're doing damage to me?
By fucked up,
Uh,
man.
You're doing
Once I
damage
should
to
be
me?
able to
4
fill
out.
them with a healing potion of some sort, or any kind of potion, regard.
They're potion darts.
Yeah, it's got a little mechanism to release and inject the potion
Dead.
when it hits something.
That's wild.
So
Have you tested it?
I only have my 2 potions.
Okay.
Does it do damage?
Ander, do you have any greater healing potions left?
3.
I mean, it might hurt
You
a
want to try
little
it?
bit, but
You wanna try it with,
the properties of the healing potion should
Andrew's
counteract.
got some.
Hold up 3 greater healing potions. However the fuck I would do that.
Pretty close. Yeah.
They're just little vials.
Table.
Well, I don't know why he handed you them all.
I don't need them.
Like corked or something, or turn it upside down and like stick the needle in, so it just like kind of flows into the dart. Alright. Take Demon to me now and transform it into the crossbow.
Okay.
And just load one in.
It's my turn, Ender. Come here.
I think it's
I also
okay.
made this, transformed Demon's Bane into that 2-bladed polearm
Oh
thing.
shit, that thing's cool.
See that?
If I flick Ender, would it be 1 point? What if I flicked him really hard?
Wants to
What if I flicked it?
wants to test the dart.
Their nail, maybe?
The dart?
Yeah.
Slap me.
I'm gonna I'm gonna do a nick with the blade.
Are you positive?
Are
you positive Are you
take
positive?
your hand back as Andrew's doing this, and then Ezreal takes the blade and cuts it across his face.
Switch Demon's Bane to the crossbow and shoot him with the healing dart.
Get shot with a dart.
Okay, so you prep for Skip's big ass hand to bitch slap you. As you're prepping, you feel a blade slice across. You're like, what the fuck? Holding your hand is you feel blood kind of coming out. Nothing crazy. You take 2 points of damage from the slice.
Oh, it's a pussy slice.
Because he wasn't like full on slicing.
Crushes your hand with his hammer.
Everybody just beating the shit out of me.
Andrew used to be 1.5 feet tall. Now he's 1 foot tall.
After the blade slices in your holding, you feel something jab into your shoulder. It's not like big enough to really cause damage. It's just like a little needle that injects enough. Once it hits, you hear this almost like plunger type deal where it's just kind of like this, and you feel the liquid push into the arm. It feels a little cold as it goes in. The dart drops down to the ground, still intact.
I break it.
As it hits, though,
Metal.
the healing effects
break
they take effect, but it's only half of the potion itself. So it'll work, but you can't like fit the whole like potion inside of it. So if you have the
normal healing potions?
Do we
if you
get
have
2 uses out of the potion?
yeah, so if
though?
you have like the potion itself and you pour like a moderate
awesome.
in it, instead of 2d4, it's just 1d4.
Got it.
And then if you have the greater or whatever it may be, instead of the 4d4, it's just 2d4.
And those would count as his attack rolls?
Correct.
Okay.
Because
You
he's like
can-
taking
you can
shots.
do multiple.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Interesting.
Just so I'm clear, so one greater healing potion you could use 2 darts for.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
So essentially, it would be 1 potion, but it's just spread across 2 different darts.
High speed healing.
Okay, when I said slap me, I meant like skip slap me in my
Well,
face.
You look good.
To be
Skip
to be
slap.
fair, I
Cut's not
may
even
have
there, doesn't
broken
even
your
look like it
jaw
happened.
if I would
The
have
blood's
slapped
still there, obviously from the wounds you get.
Yeah,
There's still
from
dried
blood.
blood, but you're used to it. You just wipe it
you. You
off.
still want me to slap you?
No, I just got. I don't even know what you would call that thing. I just got cut by it.
A blade.
Looks like a spear to me, but like with 2 spears.
I really thought of a name.
Double bladed spear.
Pole blade.
I was kind of inspired by the paladins who practice using spears, and I need something a little more maneuverable, I guess.
Blades on a pole.
It seems cool. As long as it works for you.
Double glaive.
Everyone's just gonna keep shouting out names till one sticks. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I've been up to.
Double stabby.
Working on
Twirly,
ways to
stabby
use those
blades,
lightning
stick.
cylinders on the melee weapons.
Slice and dice.
Oh, look. Like being able to use them on.
Yeah, I had kind of like a design where it hopefully like clamp to by the blade on next to the pole arm, and can have like a lever to release lightning when I strike. I'd hate for all those to go to waste.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how much I'll be using my tried and true anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
But made more ammo. Visited the keep. The dean and probably others are out. I think heading towards Vinoy, but making stops along the way to
That's good. I
stop,
think
talk to
a
people.
lot of people need help right now.
I'd seen Rhinesk again, and yeah.
Did that help?
I feel if not him, someone is there with me that's not devil eyes anymore.
That's good.
So I'm feeling good. I'm ready to get ready to go.
Tankard of endless water. Can you empty that out outside? I need to fill it with river water.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Outside.
Classic.
How long is he supposed to come
Just
out?
keep going. It'll eventually get there. It's
This
a
is
lot of water.
a ridiculous amount of water.
It's magical. It holds a lot of water.
Oh,
Seems like an endless amount.
yeah. I don't think it's ending, Ander.
He's still there in the morning.
As he's sitting there pouring it with the cold weather, as it's like hitting the ground, it's almost making more and more ice in front.
Sick.
Yeah.
Landscaping.
It's a lot of water.
Good luck.
You're getting there. You are getting there.
Wait a minute. You motherfucker. Ander!
Yep. What's up?
Throw it at you.
Make a dexterity check.
Shit out of that.
Make a dexterity check.
He's looking at
Skip,
you.
to throw it at him.
That's a 1.
Can I make a dexterity? Oh, dude. I'm not gonna. I walk over and grab it.
Oh. Nope.
I hit him with it.
I'm in bed. What's going on?
Oh, okay.
He's sleeping.
Okay, never mind.
So I
It's the
said
wall.
throws in the direction he would be. Goes and smacks against the wall.
Did you not realize when I shot the thing at you that it had like way too much water in it, or
No.
okay, just making sure.
Listen.
Did you empty it though? Like, get it all out?
He's like trying not to laugh.
Oh, what was that guy's name? Guy who sold us the canoe.
Oh yeah.
Craig.
Craig, that's it, Craig.
Craig the canoe guy.
Yeah, Craig the canoe guy.
I was like, you got anything for like a hot place? And he was like, I got this. I'm doing the same thing. But he was
Pouring water into the house.
I'm like floating it. It's
And,
just
like,
pooling in the air.
Can you,
the whole time we were talking to him, he was just doing this.
can you
Oh, sorry.
I put it into the pond in the middle.
And I was like, hey, how much for that? And he was like, you know what? You take it. And he handed it to me.
He just gives everything away.
Yeah.
Joel is a pothead now.
Yeah, for sure.
Are we leaving in the morning?
You've just been smoking this whole time, dude.
Well-
It's just never ending.
Since
It
we're
actually
all
does
here,
something.
I think we should just
Does it
get a
actually
move
do
on.
something?
Do you need more
He's telling
time?
me he's gotta hit the
It's gonna take way
He's
too
gotta
long
tell you he's doing
to
that.
finish, so I'll just work on it next time we come back.
He spent 3 weeks in Arkanoria getting blasted.
Were we resting the night here then?
Yes, probably. It's getting dark. Do you need any more ammo? Are you gonna be good?
I made some
Okay.
sanding, made some birds around, so hopefully we'll be able to use those. And I made some for myself.
The doors
Can you
lock?
turn Demon's Bane into
Yes,
the
you guys
same
got
thing?
locks.
I locked the back door.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That way you don't have to carry. I mean,
Yeah.
we could strap it to one of our backs, but it
I
probably
put all
two
my
on the main
weapons
floor.
down on the
Two on the
wall.
main
Okay.
floor.
They're just gonna stay here in the
I locked
scimitar.
the back door.
Okay,
If anyone wants to use that, I don't know.
I can get all the things on here very easily.
Okay.
But I don't know where to find fire silk.
Anybody know? Do any of us know?
Well, it's fiery. It's,
Maybe we're going to a fiery place. Maybe
maybe there's a spider that does fiery silk.
Make
No spiders.
let's call it intelligence.
This is just a check.
Got luck.
Nature.
You got a +2.
This is his memory.
You got a +2.
I'll look.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't have
That's
that.
pretty good.
Okay.
Okay, that's even better. So I got +2?
You know.
No,
No?
it's not a saving.
19.
19? Okay. Fire silk, from what you remember, is typically in very, very hot and dry places. So, like the desert is typically where it is.
Hell? The fire hell?
You're not really sure. It's probably not documented very well of what herbs are in
Makes
the house.
sense.
But the desert is probably a pretty good spot. Beaches during the summer, you'd imagine. Places in Southbrook, like those islands, probably have it. You'd imagine that
We don't have a beach by the ocean, right?
you do.
We
Oh,
do.
I thought it was just like.
You do.
I don't know why I thought it was just like a rock.
No, once you get more towards
Yeah, I
the
just-
mountains, like Brimshire, that's when there's not a beach. It's just mountains that go into the water. But you have seen fire silk on Ophelia before. You've seen fire silk in different like vendors places. You don't recall Professor Windsor having any inside of the keep. And like Southbrook had some vendors that had it. But like this time of year, it's going to be hard to actually get fire silk. It's not in season, if you would.
So, first thing, fire silk, I don't think I can get it right now, unless maybe like a vendor has it, or maybe we go to like Masai, or the desert place, because it's normally in like hot places.
Okay.
Second thing, is something about like Howling Pond or something. That's where we have to go. Where's that at again?
The other side of Zaxria,
It's like
north of the,
Yeah.
the redwoods.
Oh, okay. I remember now. I remember. I did
It's the broke down like, temple we
Mhm.
went to.
Yeah.
That wasn't broke down once you went inside of it.
we do a quick reminder of the fourth layer and kind of establish, we're going there to obviously close the portal, but
Correct.
we should also take a look for the head of Storm's Rage.
Yes. That was last held by fire giants, possibly.
Exciting.
Going to pretty much a plane of fire. Hopefully, we don't have to. We might find a fire giant or two.
How big is like a giant?
Oh, I just met a giant.
They are
Yeah.
giants.
He was like
Scary?
he was like 25 feet. No, he was the nicest guy I've ever met.
That's cool.
Oh,
I
not
mean,
to
a
sound
giant.
negative, I don't think these guys will be nice.
It's possible that they're
I
not
mean,
nice.
We saw giants protecting Gixia.
That's true.
He had a fire giant guards on each side.
Oh, good point. I kind of just blocked that whole thing out.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
But this way, if we go through the portal, we don't have to go through Gixia again.
What if those fire giants have it?
I doubt it.
I don't think they do.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
We should ask them.
Do you want to go
I
back?
take the orb out. You can go ahead, Ander, and ask them.
Like by myself?
Yeah.
We're not gonna. Doesn't. Hey, we. If we don't find it there, maybe I'll go ask. But like, we should probably.
I'm gonna pull out the map that I got from Gixia.
Like
the
large
scroll. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it out and roll it to where I find like stuff about the 4th layer.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we went through that a little bit.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we'll give you a brief rundown again though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have fire resistance that needs fire resistance?
Just get
I do not. I cannot drink the potion, so.
You want an amulet?
Sure.
So essentially, what you have,
I feel like he's made of metal, though. It's gold.
looking over the entirety of the.
Like it's
This is. I can show you this. This isn't gonna give shit away. This is not going to be a great representation because these are just my notes, but yeah, that's not going to give anything away. This is like the depiction of a map of like the overall of the layer itself.
Oh, we know everything.
Of the plane.
Okay.
So essentially,
There's the axe
That's
head. I
an
see it.
anvil.
what you're seeing, it's an anvil. First off,
The anvil's where the axe head is.
That's not where I was pointing. Got him.
you don't know where the portal goes into in here though.
Okay.
You know that this is like the makeup of the layer. It does show the beacon in here though.
Okay.
Oh.
So you have that.
Volcano? Volcano?
Yes.
Beacon,
That's cool.
volcano.
These are just
Not
a
really.
bunch of. They're depicted a lot more accurately in the scroll itself, but all of
Okay.
these are just like random villages.
Gotcha.
There's like little writings and stuff on there. Pretty much predominantly inhabited by tieflings and fire giants, as well as like other random demons and such. But for the most part, this is pretty much all you're looking at. There's kind of just a central big old pool of magma, and then there's a bunch of lava rivers and shit.
River water.
It's probably fire.
What's over that anvil?
This building is like a large barracks, forge, and armory.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm good.
And the shape of it is like this. Wait, 1, 2, 3.
Are those like lava rivers next to it?
Yeah, right here.
I can get a sword of this.
Would those- would those work for the potion?
There's 2 smaller little volcanoes here.
Lava rivers?
This building here, it doesn't have like a floor plan by any means, but it is like depicted and noted that it is some sort of a barracks. The entirety of this is the Palace of Brass.
I don't like that.
Sounds cool.
My people.
I like that.
Sounds dangerous.
Yes.
Everything's
And
dangerous.
this, like, the layer itself is like the 4th layer of Legathos, but the entirety of this is kind of just referred to as the City of Brass. There's more like outside of this, down this way and that way. This volcano is the edge, like this is where it ends. Like this volcano, there's just pretty much a sea of lava and shit behind that. But there is more like layer out this way,
On
but
the
it's just
third
focusing on
layer.
the central portions.
We did go to the edge, right? Or no?
You did not go to the edge,
We just assumed that.
but you knew the edge had the portal to the next layer on it for step travel.
Yeah.
And then this one, the portal is listed at the edge.
No step travel.
Wait, no.
Same stuff.
It is the portal is inside of Rhaegon's lair
What the fuck
to the
did you
next
look
layer.
at me while you were
I don't know. I just thought you'd laugh. I don't know.
You disgust me.
Okay, well, if the portal is in his lair, I don't know. Do you think he'd be willing to follow us into somebody else's layer of hell if we just try to get past him and get through the portal to the next layer?
Who? Sorry.
Reagan, the leader of the
Wait.
the leader of the fourth layer.
Do we know anything about him?
No, we know
Like-
we know he's he's like works for Brown Axe, or is like I don't know.
Referred to
Uh,
as Brown Axe's pet.
Yeah, he's referred
The
to.
last guy didn't seem like he really wanted to talk.
Right. Well, that's what I'm
So
saying.
maybe
Can we just like, instead of having to fight him, can we just
Mhm.
run past him and jump
Oh,
through, and then he won't follow us? I don't know. It's in his, like, you know, his palace, his lair, or whatever. Maybe we go for the axe head and then we make our way there. We gotta close the portal.
Oh, what? I guess he's probably not somebody who makes deals.
Beacon as well.
That's what I mean, the beacon.
Maybe we shouldn't also make any more deals with devils. Because,
I would rather not.
yeah.
Please.
One and done. I think no more deals with devils.
It did work pretty well.
Only because we lived.
It's a good point.
I almost died.
I still think we should have set some gold also.
Well, I made some gold back selling my windrunner, so
I think it's pretty cool.
I know. But I didn't figure there'd be much use for it in hell.
Yeah. Also, can we even get it there?
I don't know. Wasn't even sure we could teleport it with us, so.
You still have a mirror on you?
Zarbrex has it, yeah.
He's not here, right?
He's like sleeping.
He's up in his room, but yeah, Zarbrex has it. You can use it if you need to.
Oh, he's sleeping. I won't bother him.
I think we used it today too. Nope, that was last night.
That was like 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Okay. So,
Go there. Close the beacon. Shut down the beacon. Find the axe head. Get it. And then
do we think there's another way that maybe either we can find some fire silk or some more fire resistance?
I don't know. There's like villages and stuff on the map. We could try to stop in some of those.
Who are the four that have?
What?
I just have natural resistance.
He has resistance. I'm immune. Yeah, he's got a thing. Chelonia has one. Connor has one.
I have
Skip has one.
So I'm the only one who actually wouldn't be going.
I mean, we could go back to Arcanoria. If we went to the Lyceum, we would be closer to. We would be closer to the Howling
Isn't-
Pond,
is there-
anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a thing in Fenoria or Fenoria?
Arkham.
Whatever.
For silk.
That we can go
No,
to?
but we can go to the Lyceum, which is closer to the Howling Pond than
Okay.
if we go back to if I remember the map correctly. But I think the Lyceum is closer to the Howling Pond.
I'll walk past Zarvak's room while sleeping. So I just want to hear if he's actually asleep. If he's like snoring or something.
You snoring?
I'm laying with my face down into the bed. So I'm not doing much breathing at all.
Zaxria's gonna be dead tomorrow. You don't hear him snoring, but you kind of open the door and look in, and he looks like he's out cold.
See the mirror?
It would be in my bag.
Playing a dangerous game of Wake Star.
Slams the door.
Let's explode into a storm.
So, reconvene in the morning.
That sounds fine.
Very well.
Ready to head out bright and early.
Mm-hmm. I go to sleep.
Get some rest while you can.
Go to sleep first.
I can fall asleep instantly.
I'm already in my bed.
Doesn't fall
I've been
asleep.
I can fall asleep anywhere instantly.
Connor went to bed when I went to bed.
I could. Put
He went to
you
bed
sleep
before I
really
went to
fast.
bed.
I've been sleeping. You've been
You were
talking to a
talking.
projection.
Connor's getting good.
Ninth level spells.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to sleep besides kids.
Like, why y'all been talking? I've
I
been
was-
sleeping.
Mine was a
Sleep.
homunculus.
Sleep's
We're about the
gonna
same
wait.
height, so
About an hour or so.
it's gonna relay all the info to me later.
And he's going to
You dressed them up like
cross
you.
the landing toward Andrew's room.
Okay.
Open the door.
Okay.
can't,
Walk in, make a stealth check.
Okay.
Yeah, disadvantage. though.
down in my handy dandy notebook.
Andrew, what's your passive perception?
Am I being attacked?
What's your stealth check? 12.
Oh, passive?
Yeah.
What is passive?
10 plus wisdom.
10 plus your wisdom modifier.
I make it pass with 12.
I'm awake.
Wide-eyed.
Waited an hour.
I'm wide-eyed.
He's like, I've never
Door
been sleeping
opens.
before in my
I,
life.
Andrew sleeps with his eyes open. Initially, you walk
Staring at the door.
startle you, but he's still asleep.
Cover his mouth. I pick him up and I run downstairs. And I go outside. I plop him outside.
Would he not
close
wake
the door
up?
and lock it.
I didn't wake up to any of that.
Okay, so you definitely wake up when he grabs you. So go ahead and make either athletics or acrobatics. Yours is
Against
going to be
mine?
a disadvantage because you're just like getting woken up. Yours is athletics or acrobatics.
We'll go athletics.
How long
Oh
was
shit.
sleeping?
That's not. Cody?
Does luck reset on long rest or short rest?
Long rest.
What was it?
Long
What was it? Motherfucker! Ready?
Did he?
He's like, oh, he's like, no, I didn't do that.
Well, I didn't purposely do it.
Doesn't
So.
matter. He's gonna do it again.
Natural 20. I got your ass.
2 natural 20s in. Come on.
Natural 20 with 29.
You yoink me.
As I'm,
I actually
grabs you.
No.
I have his mouth, so no one can
Has
hear
your
him
mouth,
scream.
and he's like running down.
As
the
we're running
steps.
down and I'm about to throw him out, and he goes, "This is for fucking with me with the water." And I put him outside, close the door, and lock it.
What does that have to do with that?
No, it's like it's freezing outside.
I know.
It is super cold outside.
It's the dead of winter.
I sleep.
Anders.
But I sleep.
You're not sleeping butt ass. Are you saying Anders sleeps butt ass naked though?
butt ass naked.
Okay, you just grabbed him butt ass.
Skip don't care.
1 foot 6 inch man. Throw him out in the cold and lock the door.
That's kind of fucked up when Billy puts it like that.
You learned your lesson.
Your fingers, Skip.
Hello?
Those two.
Have you learned?
Not equal.
Hello?
I'm looking through the window. Have you learned your lesson?
Hello?
I crack the door. Have you learned your lesson?
You sure you're not a villain?
I open the door.
What lesson?
Don't fuck with me.
Oh, okay.
Open it. Go on. Close it and lock it again. Pick it back up and bring him in his room.
Like a harmless prank versus like threatening to leave him in
Yeah,
a
it's
cold
really
frostbite.
Skip still doesn't quite.
I don't understand humor.
I guess.
Would have been the same as punching him.
Okay.
Wakes up.
Guys, where's my testicle? Skip! Where's my nuts? Oh, that would have been a better prank.
I think I left him out.
Cutting my nuts off.
A sleeping castration.
Okay.
We need to go over pranks with Skip, I think.
You wake up in the morning.
It's a new concept to me.
Go downstairs, reconvene, have a quick breakfast. It's made very easily for you. Like a big thing of just like scrambled eggs and potatoes and bacon all thrown into like a skillet pretty much is what you get. You guys are kind of low, and by kind of low I mean like you really don't have too much. I don't know, you just got that new shipment of ale from the old guard. So you got a new shipment of like dwarven mead. It's really strong. It's good stuff for you guys.
Good breakfast drink.
But you're well fed, well hydrated.
Zara, do you have that mirror?
Yep. Sorry.
Alright. Just think right. Okay, yeah. Think of Zeke.
Okay. I don't see him. Doesn't seem to work.
This thing doesn't work on planes, right?
Yeah, you gotta be on the same plane for it to work.
Shit. Alright.
I'm late to
You can give it
breakfast.
back to him. You can hang on to it, Czar. I mean, unless you want to give it back to me, but you're welcome to keep hanging on
Alright,
to
well,
it.
that's good to know. Or not good to know.
You have everybody at the table but Andrew.
I look good.
You're still shiny, yeah.
Probably won't be after this, but
Yeah. Well, what can you do? Are we all ready? Everybody ready?
Andrew's the only one out there.
I walk in.
Ander!
I'm wrapped in the blanket.
Oh wait.
Are you okay, Ander?
Just, I'm a little sick today. I think
Be a disease.
somebody decided that was a good idea to pick me up in my sleep and run me outside and leave me in the cold.
who did that?
I go over and I use
Was I sleepwalking
5 points
again?
to lay on hands to cure disease.
Move away.
Stay away from me.
He doesn't let you touch him.
Okay, then be sick.
Anybody else got something? Help me.
He's gonna wait.
You guys watch Azrael lean over. He's like, his eyes are closed very intently, and he's like kind of squinting and focusing. And you watch this kind of silverish blue light emanate from his hand, and then go over
Oh,
Anders' face. You
That's-
feel better.
that's new.
The chill kind of still sits, but you're all right.
Kinda like
You drop the blanket and
stroller,
realize
rub
you didn't put any clothes on.
Heat him up, just like.
Pat.
Ander is butt ass naked in front.
Go put some fucking pants on.
Slowly
Come on,
cut
man.
myself and slowly back out of the room.
It was cold out there.
I go run upstairs and put my clothes on.
Okay.
Where are they
I was
blue?
like, trying not to look, but I'm just like looking at his butt. Like, you know,
Yeah.
like, tiny little. Like,
Little blue butt cheeks.
A beard growing out of his ass?
It's no hair, okay?
It's braided.
It really is clean shit, like nothing.
Just
Smooth
the
as a
face.
baby.
Got it.
Yeah, he didn't put ball. He didn't put
Didn't
ball in
wash
there.
his hands. He scratched his ass. Now
He
just
forgot
got
about it.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys all dressed and
You guys should bundle up if you're not already. It's gonna be it's gonna be cold, then it's gonna be hot. Or are we just going to Arcanoria?
Skip, I just want you to know that this isn't over.
Fair enough.
we can head there.
Classic Mexican.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be teleporting around
We all
too
thought
much,
it was gonna
but
be the bad
a
guys.
couple hops should be okay.
We thought it was gonna be the villagers. It's gonna be me that leaves them on bricks.
Oh no! Wait a minute.
you say classic shove skip into lava.
It's a prank, bro.
Look at the camera. It's just a
I didn't process that. No,
How did you hear it?
it's okay.
Man, you're being able to be hurt by lava.
Smelt them down before you blew a toaster.
Right.
Frank.
His eyes are the cancel button, and then mouth's the fucking little one.
Weld random objects to skip.
Jesus.
All right.
Well, all of skip joints.
You guys are going.
You're always thinking stand up.
Oh, something's wrong.
You guys are going to Arcanoria and then to the Lyceum to head over to.
I want to stop and see if we can find another fire resist ring for Ander, though.
Okay.
While you're sleeping.
Even if we have to.
You're probably gonna have to wait like 2 days
Doesn't matter.
and get it enchanted.
I'm
Okay.
gone off the planet.
Do you guys?
I'm gonna Dale in your ass.
Edgar.
Do you guys want to wait the 2 days and get you a fire resistance ring?
Doesn't sound like a bad idea.
I think it's smarter to just wait and do that. Yeah, if we can just quickly jump through that.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
know if
As long
everybody's
as you
just-
provide the ring, the enchantment is going to.
Can I just go? I would imagine in the marketplace I could go buy a ring
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
enchanted. You might have
Probably
rings.
have something.
Oh,
in
you
the
know what?
bag.
I do. I have like jewelry or something.
Yeah, like gold worth of whatever.
Yeah. I think I have something. I don't know if I've written down. I think I had like a bunch of like gems and jewelry from Nightshade's Island.
Yeah. pretty sure too.
Um,
So if you just take like 10 gold off of your like
Okay.
total of whatever it is, we'll just count
Yeah.
that as one of the rings.
All right.
As opposed to like going and buying one for like 100 or 200
That
or
works.
something. But the enchantment itself is probably going to cost you 1,750.
All right. Does he take gems?
Yeah, for sure.
Does he take silver?
Yeah.
I give him 15,000 silver and 250 gold.
Okay. It gets counted on the.
That's just burning a
thing.
hole in my pocket.
Yeah, but yeah, you get rid of the silver.
Alright.
So
I
that
really
way,
don't want
and
to
the
burn a hole
gold.
in that bag too.
Yeah.
That'll be 2 more rests for
Okay.
you to make rolls. This brings us, I believe, to the 15th at this point.
15?
15th of Moketh,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Right around.
No, I think you're
If
right.
it's 2 additional days, because we met here and then we just immediately
Met on the
slept.
13th. Yep, so never
We
mind.
met on the 12th,
16th.
slept
Yeah,
for
okay, the
1
16th.
day, and then it would be 2 more days.
Yeah, so it would be the 15th.
I'm gonna
Because the day you guys came together, you had to rest that
Oh,
night.
check around
That would put us at the
Argonaria.
13th, and then 2
Check
more
around
days
Argonaria
for the rain.
for like a
Are we
herb
getting
place.
the ring on this?
A what?
Herb place.
Investigation. What'd you say?
Are we getting the ring on the second day? Or is it taking 2 additional days?
It's taking 2 additional
So it's
days.
going to be the 16th.
Yeah, so it'll be the 16th when you wake up.
Okay. I'm gonna let him get the ring. Got it.
9.
9. Nothing really
Herbalist place.
what you're gonna want, but you do find a little thing, little guy that's got a bunch of herbs and stuff hung up, like dried lichen, very basic stuff, like worm flower petals and stuff that are crushed up, mortars and pestles, like starter stuff, little vials, glass containers, leather like pouches that you can put herbs and stuff inside of. So he's got like random shit like that, but not fire silk.
Okay.
Okay, other than that though, everybody is good, right?
I'm good, yeah.
Alright, I just want to get us to the point where we're at least making our way to Benore to some degree. Alright, so through the Lyceum you go, and it's just kind of like a in and going to Benore type of
We
deal.
got the ring right.
Yeah.
Yes. Alright, so what do I got here?
Perfect. We're all good then. I would have, in those 2 days, refilled my amulet. Or at some point during all the rests.
Okay, so you guys now, at this point, making your way over towards Benore. The Lyceum seems to be in pretty good shape. They actually don't even really seem to defensed up, which is surprising because of their close proximity to Brunswick. But they are kind of just carrying out business as usual. Once you make your way out, you start to head west towards Benore. Your travel for the next, what it's going to be, make sure I get this right.
Nice.
It's going to take you at least a week to get there. Just by normal means of travel. And especially with the way that the conditions are, it's probably actually going to be longer than that.
Was there a button to Venori?
For, like, Arcanoria? No.
Oh. It's like, did we miss something?
Nope. There is no, like, pillar or whatever you want to call it to there.
Okay.
But, like I said, it's going to take you about a week because of, like, the weather conditions, how cold it is outside, how many of you there are and everything. I know that some people probably may have some features that don't hinder travel, but this is just one of those things where it's just kind of tough for you guys. You have to be stopping to make fires so people aren't getting, like, you know, sicknesses or frostbite or just hypothermia in any sort of manner. Biggest people you're kind of having to worry about is Chelonia, Czar, Ander, and Connor.
I'm jacked it up, dude. And messed up.
3 jackets.
And had it up.
But you guys make it without issue to the Temple of Yarina. As you're approaching the temple, there are about 6 or so paladins that start to creep out. They're kind of like over in the trees, and they start to slowly form in. As they do, you can see one of them walking forward. They all seem to be paladins of Beltha. The one kind of puts his sword that he has over to the side. You put your arms down. Looks like the keepers. What are you doing here?
We're going in.
To the temple?
To the portal.
Shit. Good luck to you then. Let him in.
We're gonna try and close it. So keep an eye. If you see it, whoosh, you can probably just leave and go help somewhere else.
Good to know. We've had a couple of stragglers, I'd say. Say close to 30 in the last week. It's the most we've had in the span of time that we've been guarding this here.
It's been increasing then?
I'd say so.
Okay.
They were coming through 1, 2, 3 at a time, catching them in waves of at least 5.
Okay.
We've got them funneled pretty good down there. A bunch of barricades and stuff set up. You'll see it when you're in there.
Alright, well. We'll be on our way.
Yeah.
Alright, the previous illusion there that was protecting it from appearing not to be a temple of any sorts is gone. That seemed to be some sort of lair effect that Razix probably had upon it. Once you get up and in here though, you can see the temple itself has a lot of moss overgrown on it. There are a lot of vines that are kind of curling upward. The brick itself and the stone is cracked and kind of breaking down, but the temple is still in pretty good shape and standing. You start to make your way up and in, and as you're going downward, you can see that there are a lot of paladins that are kind of further down and inside as well. You're probably looking close to like 20 or 30 that are stationed here and set up. They seem to have some sort of setup down here, like where they're not really resting, but they're switching out. Up top, you would have saw a couple of tents and things that were set up. They seem like they don't feel too hot with sleeping inside the temple itself, so they're kind of set up outside. But there is some sort of like a rest area or cool down area outside of where there's like this kind of hot zone where they have a bunch of wooden barricades that are all set up, as well as a couple of other barriers. There are about half a dozen paladins that are set up in the front that have a couple of tower shields, like bucklers, that are just stationed up in the front, like ready to go at any given moment. They don't seem to be like hesitating by any means or like dicking around, looking around. Like they're just locked in, looking at the portal. And then it seems that there's some sort of a point where they switch out and another group kind of waves in and comes into the side. And then behind those 6 or so that are there, there's probably closer to 8 that are behind with like large like pole arms or super long like a glaive or even like axes, large war like excuse me, like mauls that they're holding. There are some priestesses and priests that are over on the sides that seem to be tending to some wounds to people who seem to be wounded. So it seems like they just have like this locked down pretty good in here. Once you make your way inside though and are in here fully, everybody seems to just be like looking at you for a moment. There's a couple of words exchanged before you make your way up towards the portal. The portal itself, similar to how it looked before, is this just kind of red swirling shape that is on the wall in some sort of archway that has a couple of glyphs and stuff along all of the stones. And you are very confident that this is the portal that leads to Phlegethos. Where in Phlegethos it leads?
Right. It's probably not going to take us right to the beacon.
So did it end up taking just a week? Or was it more?
It was a week. It was a week. So you'd end up at the 23rd. Yeah.
Ready?
+3.
Yeah, I'm ready. Ready as we can be. Let's go.
Go up through the portal.
Yep, like excuse us paladins coming through.
Okay. 1 by 1 or 2 by 2, however you want to start filling in.
7 and 1 more.
Okay, it's not wide enough. You'd have to at least do like 3 or 4, depending on your sizes. But you guys start pulling in to this area here, and immediately once you make your way inside, your feet are met by the sound of like a metal kind of thud. Once you step in and look in, you're looking around very, very quickly, and you can see these large kind of scaffolding type structures that are inside of here. You're like going further in. There's these sets of stairs that are leading upward to where it pushes in more, and you can see way off in the distance what looks like hundreds and hundreds of these like blood, like kind of blood demons that are like walking and moving around in the distance to where they're starting to slowly make their way down. You can see on the other side of like where this step is and it goes up, you seem tiny inside of this enormous building right now and have just entered into the portal, and you look behind you and you can see that it is kind of the two-way thing where it's the same on this side. As you're looking across the way, I'm just going to try to give you like a good description of what you're looking at because everything's so vast. So when you immediately get in, there are these 2 walls that are kind of going out this way from you at an angle. They're all made of brass. You can see the floor itself is made of brass, and then once the walls themselves end and it goes to more of like a long way type of wall, that's where the kind of rafter type scaffolding picks up, where you can see stuff moving all around up there. The long walls that are going straight in, the steps leading up to them, there's like another like landing or platform, and then on top of that landing or platform there are 2 separate hallways that kind of branch off, and you can see that there's nothing immediately like in your vicinity, but you can see that there is shit everywhere, and if you don't try to find some sort of cover or concealment or get out of the way, you're gonna be spotted almost immediately. There are blood demons off in the distance, and you can even see what appears to be a couple of tieflings that are kind of smattered in, and there's some sort of movement or planning or something going on to where stuff is gathering in different areas, making their way downstairs. This area that you're in could easily hold hundreds upon hundreds, probably even thousands of demons to just stand at this portal and like looking at it just funnel into it constantly on repeat. It's just this big ass open area of like a metallic waiting area almost. So what are you guys doing?
We need to find some cover. We're out in the open. But we see anything we can...
The only thing you really see is the steps going up. Then there's those scaffoldings and stuff, but those are a good 50 to 60 feet up in the air. And then once you get up those stairs, on both sides, there's 2 separate doorways that are kind of like double doors leading to somewhere else. Or there's another set of stairs that go up to a landing where you can see that those blood demons that are in the distance are kind of going down these like steps on the sides to make their way down to where this kind of open area you're standing in is.
Do they seem like they're coming to this portal right here?
They seem like they could be gathering to it at some point. There's not like a ton of them, but there's a good amount.
Okay. All right.
Or we just kill.
Yeah.
Which door are we going?
Left or right? Left or right?
Right.
Right.
Right's gotta be right way.
It would be weird that left is
Left
the
is
right way.
right.
Is left right, or are we going?
We can go right.
Okay. In the moment where you're looking around and everything, trying to assess what's going on, talking amongst yourselves, not like a whisper, but at least a quiet enough tone where you don't think anything's going to see you. You're vigilant, constantly looking around. Your heart is racing almost instantly. You can feel your feet smacking against the brass is kind of like tinging, but not loud enough to start like drawing attention, like some sort of a gong would.
How like lit up is this place?
It's pretty lit up. There's a lot of fire everywhere, and speaking of which, like as you're pushing your way through, that initial like snap of like looking around and trying to assess where you are essentially, and then seeing everything you're seeing, your adrenaline starts racing, you're like not focusing fully. Once you start to move and like try to calm down and assess what's going on, you feel just heat, like intense heat, like it's 100 plus in here. Those of you that had any cold gear on are like pulling at your neck. You're not like taking it off because you just don't have the time to. You're like pulling, like breathing heavily. Sweat is dripping down to everybody besides Skip.
I'm fine.
Once you start pushing through, you get to that right doorway, and as you break through the right doorway, there is a hallway that starts to lead into more of a building and like structure. There's rooms, hallways, doors. There's even windows and stuff that are set up. It's very intricate. You can't really take it all in, but as you turn and start to go that way, before you get further into this brass structure, we're going to pick it up there next time we play.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Where's Skip's bag? Like on his body? I just need to know.
His back.
He's got it on his back.
Okay, it's not like a pouch, just make sure.
Okay, so
It's like a-
anyways,
It's like a small backpack.
thank you for watching. If you did, make sure you're following so you could get put in the giveaway. Once we reach 100 followers, you get, if you win the giveaway, the most recent D&D book. If you're subscribing at that point, we give you a custom mini from Hero Forge for free. So also make sure you check out our YouTube. There are D&D episodes for this campaign all the way up until episode 85 on there. So make sure you watch that and check that out. The podcasts are up there as well, other D&D stuff, so be sure you tune in next time we play. Thank you.
Bye.